means hold. מסדר, עמוד. מסדר, נעימה. המסדר יעבור לנוח. עמוד, נוח. המסדר יעבור לדום. מסדר דום. המסדר יעבור לנוח. מות נוח.
Together to have hello. Oh, hello. Ambassador Leiter has been amazing on this.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Great job. What feels good, right?
מסדר יעבור לדום. מסדר דום. מסדר יעבור לנוח. מות נוח. המסדר יעבור לדום. מסדר דום. מסדר יעבור לנוח. מות נוח. מסדר יעבור לדום, מסדר דום. דגלנים, דגל, צ'ק. רגלנים, הכתף, מסדר יעבור לנוח, מות נוח.
Right here.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you. This area clean.
מסדר יעבור לדום. מסדר, דום. מסדר יעבור לנוח, מות נוח. מסדר יעבור לדום. מסדר, דום.
No hands. No hands. No hands. No hands. You're blocking everyone. Right now. Everybody. Our security doesn't want when they're walking.
We've got to keep the carpet clear to the car, sir. Everybody can slide that way a little bit, slide this way. Open up the carpet. Thank you. Thank you. Guys, he's going to need to walk through here, okay? So we're going to have to clear a lane. We're going to have to clear a lane if you can scoot back so the president can walk around, okay? Perfect. He's going to walk around this way. Correct. Yeah, you can go around that way.
רק לא מקדימה של הרכב, תעמדו פה.
If I mean, it says joined him, yeah?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
I'm sure that's it.
Okay. Got my back to it.
Okay. Okay.
We gotta have some more space. We don't need all these guys at one time.
סטאר יעבור לנוח, מות נוח. מסדר יעבור לדום, מסדר דום. מסדר יעבור לנוח, מות נוח. מסדר יעבור לדום. מסדר דום. מסדר יעבור לנוח. מות נוח. המסדר יעבור לדום. מסדר דום. מסדר יעבור לנוח. מות נוח.
It's gotten to be almost customary, but we're taking care of it. We've got the military paid in full, and we're doing a lot of things. We're ending some programs that we don't want. They happen to be Democrat-sponsored programs, but we're ending some programs that we never wanted, and we're probably not going to allow them to come back. I think they made a mistake. I think they made a big mistake. This is really a Schumer shutdown because he's become sort of irrelevant, and he wants to make himself relevant again.
And in terms of the politics of this historic peace deal that we're on the way to go sign right now, you would think it's good for everybody, but at a rally this weekend, they were cheering for you and they were booing Netanyahu. What's up with that?
I don't know, but we're going to make everybody happy. The one thing I can tell you is everybody is happy, whether it's Jewish or Muslim or the Arab countries. Every country is dancing in the streets, and it's a point in time I don't think you'd ever see it again. They've never seen it for 3,000 years. If you like one group, you don't like the other group, and if you like the other group, you don't like the first group. And this is the first time they've ever seen where everybody is unified, because as you know, we're going to Egypt after Israel, and we're going to meet all of the leaders of the very powerful and big countries and very rich countries and others, and they're all into this deal. Everybody's into it. It's never happened before. So I would say this is a lot tougher, but we'll see how it all works out.
Mr. President, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, has not gone so far as to say the war is over. In your view, is the war,
The war is over. War is over. The war is over. Okay, do you understand that? Good.
Is the ceasefire going to hold? Are you confident the ceasefire will hold?
Say it.
Are you confident that the ceasefire is going to hold?
I think so. I think it's going to hold. I think people are, a lot of reasons why it's going to hold, but I think people are tired of it. It's been centuries, okay? Not just recent, it's been centuries. I think people are tired of it. Yeah, the ceasefire is going to hold, and we're going to make sure it holds.
Mr. President, what will Gaza look like a year from now?
Wait.
The International Stabilization Force, that's part of the...
A good, strong force.
When will that go?
I don't think it's going to have a big impact because I think barely we're going to have to use it. I think people are, everybody knows their place. It's going to be great for everybody. It's going to be great for the surrounding countries, Arab, Muslim, all of them. It's going to be great for Israel. Everybody is happy, and I think it's going to stay that way. Peter.
And if the ceasefire does hold, how long until we get to the part of the 20-point peace plan where developers can go in and make Gaza the Riviera of the Middle East?
Well, I don't know about the Riviera for a while, because you take a look at what you have. You have to get people taken care of first. But it's going to start really essentially immediately. I mean, they're going to have to start by removing a lot of structures that you see that are down to the ground. I mean, it's blasted. This is like a demolition site. Almost the entire site is. So you have to get rid of what you have there. You have structures that are very dangerous. They're falling down. If they haven't fallen, they're going to fall down of their own volition. So that process, Peter, is going to start pretty much immediately in that way.
What will it look like a year from now, in your view?
Well, a year, that's very quick. But over the years, it'll look very good. It'll be, it's got the first chance it's had in centuries of being peaceful. It's always been a very, very strange area. It's always been loaded up with problems, religious problems, problems like no other place probably in the world. And I think it's going to now, it's going to normalize. All you can say, if it normalizes, that would be fantastic.
The government structure, sir, that you have set up in that peace plan, how soon will that new governing body be in place?
Very quickly. And everybody wants to be a part of it. You're talking about the Board of Peace?
That's right.
Everybody wants to be a part of it. I've had calls from all of the leaders of countries. They all want to be a part. I mean, the leaders themselves, they're not going to send somebody. They want to be a part of
Do
it.
you know who's going to be a part of it?
I do.
Can you share?
No, not yet. It's a little early.
Tony Blair. Have you spoken to Tony Blair about it since the... Have you spoken to Tony Blair about it?
I have. And, you know, I want to find out that Tony would be popular with all, because I just don't know that. And I like Tony. I've always liked Tony, but I want to find out that he's an acceptable choice to everybody.
What guarantees have you been able to give to both the Israelis and the Arab countries? The Israelis are very...
And we have a lot of verbal guarantees too. And I don't think they're going to want to disappoint me. I have a lot of verbal guarantees that aren't down in writing, but they were given to me, and I believe they're going to be held very strongly. That's why I think it's going to be successful.
Hi, good to see you. Good to see you, Mr. President. Thank you. Good to see you. I'm sure you've seen reports of Hamas rearming, instituting themselves as a Palestinian police force, shooting rivals. What is your message?
Where they are standing, because they do want to stop the problems, and they've been open about it, and we gave them approval for a period of time. You have to understand, they've lost probably 60,000 people. That's a lot of retribution. They've lost 60,000 people, and the ones that are living right now were, in many cases, very young when this all started. And we are having them watch that there's not going to be big crime or some of the problems that you have when you have areas like this that have been literally demolished. You know, you have 2 million people, and probably it'll be less than that, but you have close to 2 million people going back to buildings that have been demolished. And a lot of bad things can happen. So we want it to be safe. I think it's going to be fine. Who knows for sure, Katie? But I think it's going to be fine.
Mr. President? Yes. Hi. What is the latest that you've heard about the hostages, when they will be released? Do you expect to meet with any of them?
The hostages might be even a little early, but I don't want to say that. So they have the hostages. I understand all 20, and we may get them out a little bit early. Getting them was amazing, actually. because we were involved, and they were in places that you don't want to know about. Deep.
Some of the top Biden administration folks who were there, like Antony Blinken, seem to want some credit for the peace deal. Blinken says it's good that President Trump adopted and built on the plan that the Biden administration developed. What do you think about that?
Everybody knows it's a joke. Look, they did such a bad job. This should have never happened. This wouldn't have even happened. That was weak leadership, terrible. And the same thing with Russia, Ukraine. If just a decent president, not a great president like me, not a great president. If a decent president was in, you wouldn't have had the Russia-Ukraine. And this is, I would say, even more so. This was bad policy by Biden and by Obama. Remember when Bibi came and he begged that you not do what they were doing with Iran? You remember that, right? Begged them. And they wouldn't even listen to him. Everything they did was the opposite what you should have done. And it's nice that they try and take a little credit. That was years ago, and the mistakes were made years ago, and it was both by Biden and Obama.
And so what did you do so differently? Because I know a lot of it was behind the scenes. So what did you do so much differently than Joe Biden to end the war?
I resonated with the Arab leaders, the Muslim leaders, and the Jewish leaders. For whatever reason, you tell me why. You know, he said that in my first news conference, I answered more questions of him than Biden did in 4 years. And I think that's pretty close to being true.
No, there were no Pinocchios in the fact check.
That's right.
Mr. President, your relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu has been through some ups and downs. You had to get a little tough on him. Where is that relationship now, and can you tell us about it?
Very good. He just put me up for the Nobel Prize. So, you know, I don't know what it means with the Nobel Prize, but he put me up yesterday for the Nobel Prize, and I should get it. So, I mean, I think it's very good.
Has he made commitments to you personally about moving forward to the next phase of peace?
Look, let me tell you, he's a wartime president. He did a very good job. I had some disputes with him, and they were quickly settled. I can tell you that. But as far as I'm concerned, I think he's done a great job. I think he was the right person at this time. You know, look, it's been this way for centuries. You know, we're not talking about for 10 years, for 5. It's been this way for centuries. And he did a great job. And working with me, he was fantastic. Now, working with Biden, no good. They didn't get along, and they had the opposite, because Biden and Obama backed Iran. And just so when you talk about a thing like that, if you think they were backing Iran, when you back Iran, this wouldn't have worked. And had we not taken out the Iran nuclear facility and we made the same deal, it would have a really dark cloud over it, and you wouldn't have people dancing in the streets, Katie. You would have people saying, oh, my, you know, you're making a deal, but we have a guy over there with nuclear weapons all over the place. He's going to knock the hell out of us. If we didn't take out the Iran nuclear when we did, because in 2 months they would have had a nuclear weapon, this deal, even if it were done the exact same way, would have had a dark cloud over it. And now there's no dark clouds. There's nobody they have to worry about, Katie.
Have you talked to the Qataris about their changing behavior in your first term? You talked about how they were funding terrorism. What are they doing differently?
Yeah.
What are they doing differently in your eyes?
The Qataris really helped us with this deal. And the Emir is an amazing man who really helped us. You have to understand, his country is right in the middle of everything, more so than any other country, more so than UAE, where you have to fly an hour and a half to get there, more so than Saudi Arabia, where you have to fly an hour and a half to get there. His country, you walk across a line and you're there. So he's in the middle of this unbelievable hostile territory with people on all different sides of the, you know, of the opinion and the question. They were a tremendous help. Qatar was a tremendous help to getting this done. I hope people can realize that. And it was very tough and very dangerous for Qatar. They were very brave, and their leader, the Emir, was very, very brave. And Qatar should start getting some credit. And you have to understand, they lived in the middle of everything. So they can't just be like, you couldn't do it, I can. Nobody could do it. Say what?
Have they changed their behavior from 2017
I don't know. In 2017, I didn't really know them very well. 2017, that was at the very beginning of my term. As I got to know them, I got to understand them, and I got to realize that they are right in the middle of everything. Other countries are there, but they're an hour and an hour and a half away. A big difference. They're literally, you walk over from Iran to Qatar. You can walk it in 1 second. You go boom, boom, and now you're in Qatar. That's tough territory. I think Qatar was amazing the way they helped us.
Mr. President, another
Where do you think there was a ceasefire that collapsed in March this year? There was a ceasefire earlier this year that collapsed in March. Do you think this could have been done then? This took a lot of pressure on both sides. But do you have any regrets?
I see it, and I see it with Russia too. Sometimes you have to go through some pain before it all happens. I saw it with Turkey, and by the way, Turkey was fantastic too. President Erdogan was fantastic. He really helped a lot because he's very respected. He's got a very powerful nation. He's got a very, very powerful military, and he helped a lot, President Erdogan. UAE was great. We mentioned Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the king, they were great. Indonesia was great. We had tremendous help. Jordan, the king, they were great. This is an amazing thing. Countries that, very diverse countries, some got along, some didn't, but for the most part, nobody got along with anybody, and they all came together, and they're all dancing in the streets, just like Israel. It's a unique point in time. You were talking about the ceasefire. That wouldn't have had that held. That wouldn't have happened back then.
Why not?
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration.
Right.
Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And it was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you can make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one going for 31, one going for 32, one going for 37 years, with millions of people being killed in every country. And I got every one of those done, for the most part, within a day. It's pretty good.
One of the world leaders said
What do you think you can take from these negotiations and this peace process into Moscow and try to end the Russia-Ukraine?
Well, I think what you can take is that never give up. Just never give up. Last week they killed over 7,000 soldiers, mostly soldiers. And a little bit more, frankly, Russian soldiers than Ukraine soldiers last week. But think of it, every week they're losing from 5,000 to 7,000 soldiers. It's ridiculous. And I thought that would be one of my easier ones. I mean, when you settle something that's been going on for 31 and 32 years, that's, in theory, a lot harder than setting, something that's been going on for 3 years. But this is a war going on for 3 years, should have never started. Frankly, I give Ukraine credit for doing so well. I mean, they're good fighters. They're very good fighters. I really think that President Putin would look great if he got this settled. And I think he's going to settle it, but we're going to see. And if he doesn't, it's not going to be good for him.
President Xi of China, you've been truthing about another world leader. You said not to worry about China, but he's been putting out some tough statements in regards to your tariffs, sir. Are you planning to speak with him? When's the last time you spoke?
Well, he's putting out tough statements because we are taking in hundreds of millions of dollars, not only from China, from other countries. We've become a wealthy country again, and the tariffs have given us a diplomatic strength. They've given us negotiating strength. I settled a few of the wars just based on tariffs. I said with As an example, with India and with Pakistan, I said, if you guys want to fight a war and you have nuclear weapons, I'm going to put big tariffs on you both, like 100%, 150, and 200%. No, no, no, don't do that. I said, I'm putting tariffs. I had that thing settled in 24 hours. If I didn't have tariffs, you could have never settled that war. You do that better than anybody.
You said November 1st, more tariffs on China. Are you considering walking that back?
Who are you with?
Politico, Dasha Burns, sir.
Oh, you're Dasha Politico. Politico's gone bad. They've been so wrong about everything. Politico, Politico has been so wrong about everything. Let's get somebody else to ask questions.
Do you plan on meeting with Xi now when you go to Asia in a couple of weeks?
Well, you saw the statement I put out that he had a bad day.
Right.
And I think we're going to be fine with China. Look, I have a great relationship with President Xi. He's a very tough man. He's a very smart man. He's a great leader for their country. He's a great leader. And I have a great relationship with him. I think we'll get it set. I know what happened. I really understand what happened. And I'm not even saying he's wrong. But then we met him with something much tougher than what he did to us. Again, because of the tariffs, it's much tougher.
Would you ever visit Gaza?
What?
Would you ever visit Gaza?
I would. Yeah, I would. I'd be proud to. I see it. I mean, I know it so well without visiting, but I do see it. Yeah, I would actually. I'd like to do it. I'd like to put my feet on it at least. But I think it's going to be a great miracle over the coming decades. And you know, if you go too fast, that's not going to be good. You have to go at the right speed. You can't go too fast. Who are you with?
I'm BBC, Tom Bateman, BBC, with the radio call. Thank you. When Steve Witkoff was in Hostages Square last night, he mentioned Prime Minister Netanyahu and the crowd booed. I wondered if you saw that and what you made of that.
I also saw the crowd cheer when he mentioned Trump, like really cheer, and it's an honor. No, as I said, I think Bibi did a great job. I had some words with him a couple of times where I didn't agree, and he was always, he was the right guy at the right time.
But are you confident, because many Palestinians will be concerned that after the hostages are handed over, that Israel might restart the war for some reason? Are you...
I'm not worried about anything. I think we have a great deal, and it's a great deal for everybody. You know, a great deal is a deal where everybody's happy. And every country, they're dancing in the streets. That's a great deal. It's a unique period in time.
So, President, November 1st, 100% tariffs on China is what you said. Is that still the plan?
Yeah, right now it is. Yeah, let's see what happens. You know, for me, you know what November 1st is? An eternity. November 1st is an eternity for me.
So
for somebody else, it's right around the corner. For me, when I hear November 1st, it's an eternity. Go ahead.
You had talked a couple of weeks ago, you were doing an interview, and you talked about how you hope to end the war in Ukraine because it might help you get into heaven. How does this help? Does this help?
I mean, you know, I'm being a little cute. I don't think there's anything going to get me in heaven. Okay, I really don't. I think I'm not maybe heaven bound. I may be in heaven right now as we fly in Air Force One. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make heaven, but I've made life a lot better for a lot of people. And you know, as an example, had the election of 2020 not been rigged, you would have millions of people living just in Russia, Ukraine alone. That would have never happened, and it didn't happen for 4 years. And I knew Putin very well. It was the apple of his eye. All the things I've said would have never happened. We had an incompetent administration. We had an incompetent president. And because of a crooked election, millions of people are dead. And by the way, the Israeli thing was much harder to get settled because of the past administration. Okay? Rest. Enjoy yourselves. Say hello to your boss. And I'll see you guys, right? Good.
Before you go, can you tell us about your conversations with President Zelensky? Did you talk about...
We had a very good conversation this morning and yesterday. And he basically would like to... As you know, we are not sending any weapons. We're sending them to NATO, and NATO is paying, which is a big difference between Biden and Trump. Because Biden gave them $350 billion, and we didn't. We gave them nothing, but we gave them respect and some other things, frankly. So we talked about weapons, and the weapons are sent to NATO, and NATO then sends us a check. They pay for them in full, and they would need more weapons, and we're looking into doing that. We hope we're going to be able to provide them. You know, our country needs weapons too.
אדם צריך שתהיה לו מילה, קצת מקום בעולם, אבל לא נשכח. וכל הייתי לתפילה, ורגע מושלם.
איתן עם ההורים שלו, התאחד סוף סוף, החיבוק של אמא אפרת. של אבא צביקה. סוף סוף, לידיים בטוחות של אבא ואמא. איתן פה בארץ, בבית.
מציפור שורה
שבכל פינה בארץ ובחו"ל הפסנתר הצהוב שלו נמצא ומתנגן. אומנים שמנגנים על הפסנתר שלו. הילד המוכשר הזה שרק הלך לחגוג בנובה ונחטף רגע לפני שהוא נכנס לרימון ולומד מוזיקה. יש לנו כל כך הרבה מה לספר להם. איזה כיף שהם פה. שבאת הביתה, לא נועל? גלי וזיבי נפגשים 38 ימים סוף סוף יחד, סוף סוף בבית, בארץ, הידיים אחד של השני.
עושה שמיים בארץ
גלי! כמה טוב שבאת הביתה! כמה טוב שאתה באת הביתה!
השם שומרך, השם צלך,
גיבור ישראל, החייל, הלוחם, בידיים של צה"ל, אצלנו בבית, סוף סוף, כמה חיכינו לך מתן, כמה טוב שבאת הביתה מתן, עוד רגע אמא ענת ואבא חגי יחבקו אותך, איזה ריגוש, איזה כיף, והוא עומד והולך. איזה הקלה. ששיר המעלות זה המקום הנכון לשיר, אבל יש רק שיר אחד שאי אפשר בלעדיו בכיכר הזאת, ביום הזה, ברגעים האלו, כי אנחנו רוצים שכל 48 החטופים יחזרו אלינו לכאן הביתה, החיים לשיקום והחללים לקבורה בארץ ישראל. דגלים, הדגלים שלכם מונפים, הידיים שלכם למעלה, הפוסטרים מורמים, שכל העולם יראה שאנחנו כולנו חיכינו לרגע הזה. אין עליכם, איזה קהל אתם, שנתיים חיכיתם לזה, הנה זה הגיע, זה פה, מגיע לכם. שהם יחזרו, שעובדים על זה, שרגע, שבשלה העת, שציר נצרים, שהם ציר נפילדלפי, whatever, הם פה, הם כאן, הם איתנו, זה הרגע שלכם, זאת ההיסטוריה, אנחנו כותבים אותה, אנחנו עדים אליה. מגיע לנו, איזה יופי, כמה טוב שהם חזרו הביתה. כל החטופים החיים שוחררו, זהו! כמה טוב שבאתם הביתה, אלון ומקסים ואלקנה ויוסף חיים ורום ועומרי ומתן וגיא ואיתן ונמרוד ורום ואביתר ואבינתן וסגל ודוד ואריאל וזימי וגלי, כמה טוב שבאתם הביתה. תודה, תודה, תודה. תודה לכם קהל נכבד. תודה שאתם פה. תודה שאתם מחזקים את המשפחות. ותודה שכל העולם רואה שכולנו עבדנו שנתיים, לא הרפאנו, ואנחנו לא נרפה. אני מזכירה לכם, יש לנו עוד חטופים חללים בדרך. יש לנו לקבל את כולם, את כל ה-48. אנחנו כאן, לא נזוז, לא נרפה, עד החטוף האחרון. כולם, כולם הביתה, עכשיו! כפיים, כפיים! תודה לכם! תודה ללוחמים! תודה לאימהות! תודה לשורדים! לפורצי הדרך! פרזידנט טראמפ! תודה לעם ישראל! תודה, תודה לכם עם יקר, אנחנו כאן, לא נרפה, לא נשקוט, לא ננוח, עד החטוף האחרון. הנה גיא, גלבוע, גלעד.
הילד שלהם ובשל ילדים אחרים. כן, המשפחה הזאת מגיעה לכל מקום בעולם. אני חושבת שמאז שאני בקשר איתם, אין שבוע שלם שהם בארץ, הם רק נוסעים לכל משלחת שיוצאת מכאן של משרד החוץ, לכל מקום בעולם שמתפנים לשמוע אותם כשהם מדברים על גן. אני שומעת את אילן מדבר את אחיינית, ובאמת, אני תוהה עם אנשים בבית, שומעים את זה בגוון הקול שלו. את האושר הזה, הוא היה אדם שבור, הוא היה אבא שבור, וכל שבת שפגשנו אותו בכיכר, הוא באמת...
guys, not in front of the camera. Not in front of the camera. Sir.
Very good.
Prime Minister, over here. רגע, זה לא טוב.
אפשר חצי צעד אחורה?
לעבור צד.
אמרתי, לא עם הגב.
This is where it falls apart. The winds. They're different wind when they're outdoor. Yeah, I agree. Hey, Jeffrey. Sir. Jeff.
Everyone, please, copy.
היושב-ראש, זה קצת יוצא מצד שני, לא, זה קצת שני, קצת שני.
את הטיימינג נראה משמעותי, הפוטג' הקבוע שיש לנו הולכים למליאה. אחד הימים הבודדים שאמרתי אני במליאה נראה, רואים אותנו הולכים להחלק של הצייה, אתה מוקטק, ניקוי פה. שלושה חודשים. אבי.
Mr. President, Amir Khan, Speaker of the Knesset. Yes. My partner Alon. Welcome to Jerusalem. Welcome to the Knesset. We've been longing for this day. Great honor. Thank you. It's our honor. Pleasure. Thank you very much. You guys know each other. We know each other. Good. Yes, please. This way, Mr. President.
Okay, still. Video.
Let's start with one here. Let's look here first.
Now this one.
Then here.
This one, Avi?
And please here. Let's try again. Alon.
Now here, please, to Avi, everyone. And White House photographer, please.
Daniel?
אוקיי, עכשיו על הספר?
רגע, הראש מותיק.
להסתכל על הספר. להסתכל על הספר.
נועם, טיפה את היד השם. כן? זה בסדר? היד.
Amen to that.
We'll be here and then
Daniel, you okay?
I'm perfect.
You want to do this thing?
I'm good.
Yes, sir.
Amen to that, Mr. President. Thank you.
לא נפול ידי. כמה.
אתה מלחיץ פה את כולם. אל תתערב.
Thank you very much. Move this way. I everyone move. Thank you.
Sorry.
You're all good.
Is that the first lady? Daniel, White House counsel.
I met him.
You did?
Yes, once. Had a great time.
It's today, isn't it? No, actually 2 days ago. 2 days ago. 11th
Mr. President, will Israel be able to renew the war if Hamas isn't disarmed?
Mr. President, can we please get a few words from you?
What would happen if Hamas does not comply with the... What would happen? What would happen if Hamas does not comply with your plan, with disarming?
All in Israel territory. Mr. President, you have to Is the war now officially over? Yes. Do you have any message, Mr.
Will Israel not be able to renew the war if Hamas isn't disarmed?
Thank you.
מציקה לי היום? מה מציקה לי היום?
כמה יוצאים מפה? יש חלוקה, אני יודעת שבאזור ה-100 ומשהו אנשים כן בדקים ליום. אבל יש גם פה, יש גם כמה לעזה, זה לא חלוקה, אבל בכל מקרה, גם שיקולים וגם שנייה זה... לא כולם יגורשו לאיוש, לא.
ערוץ 14 פשוט לא היה פה בשידורים לשבתות, אני לא יודע שזה אנשים.
לאיו"ש.
אתה לא רואה את האוטובוסים.
לחו"ל. כאילו מצרים, קטאר, כן. אני לא בטוחה ספציפית איזה מספר, אבל אני כן יכולה להגיד בגדול שמגרשים לשם. שיקולים ביטחוניים, תלוי בסוג האסיר, מה הוא עשה, סיכונים. כאילו על מה הוא יושב, מה שנקרא.
לא, אפשר ללכת שם על הגדר? שים אותה על הגדר.
אנחנו לא יכולים על הגדר כרגע.
לא, פה איפה שהגדר.
בוא.
נתנו לי בכלל איפה להתחבר בלייב. בלייביו אני רואה את האוטובוסים. כן, אופן. כן, מקבלים? כן. הלו. כן, שומע אותך? הלו.
נשמע?
חיים? כן. אנחנו צריכים שאני גם אהיה בפני. איך נעשה את זה? בוא ניקח את זה רגע, אולי שאני אעשה. ככה מיקרופון. תקשיב, אני מדבר שנייה, ואז אני אומר אפשר לראות, ואז אתה כבר תעבור אליהם, בסדר? אליה פה. אתה רואה אבל את האוטובוסים? מיקרופון, רגע. יאללה, אפשר.
תתארו לכם עולם יפה, פחות עצוב ממשהו ככה, ואנחנו שם הולכים עם שמש בכיסים, עם על גגות הכוכבים, והזמן עובר לי ככה, ואני הולך לפגוש אותה בגן עדן. תתארו לכם קצת אושר, היא כל כך מגויסת, היא מגניבה בתוך הכל. ושמי בשמחה, והיא לקחת אותי ואומרת לי מה יקרה מה שרצית, והיא תשלח כפולה של עצם ושמחה. תתארו לכם באמצע יום יפה, שמיים עליכם, אהבה איתכם, שככה זה קורה.
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio.
يلا نزل الشباب كلهم روح لوين رايح؟
Service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service.
אבל חודש כבר במילים עורכת הדין קמבצי ושם משמרות העובדה אחי האיש הייטק בכיר עכשיו הוא צלף על גגות ברצועה מנהלת הסניף התשובה של הבנק היא שם ביהודה ושומרון דור מבעל חיים צעצועים עכשיו הוא מ"פ בשנייה והמדי שלנו כפרה של הרוב מזמר בקיסריה הוא לוחם הנדסה מתאושש בגבורה אחרי שנפצע בלבד נכון כולנו מגיעים אבל אנחנו עם של גיבוריה וכל אחד תמיד מסתתר חייל וכאן להציל אותה
האידיוט הזה! עיריית פתח תקווה, הסמבל הזה! תראה אותו זה, בכתום! מה זה? גול! גול! גול! גול! גול! גול! היי! אידיוט! גול!
Yeah, I saw that, but I don't know. One of the horses? Yeah. The yellow.
De facto, os raios ainda estão dentro do helicóptero, o helicóptero acabou do centro hospitalar, uns 3 ou 4 minutos, uma equipa médica dirigiu-se para dentro do helicóptero pesado, a rampa está montada, foram colocadas vaias de proteção para a privacidade ser garantida e os trens vão sair precisamente neste momento. A ambulância está estacionada junto à aeronave, o que significa que se estão a sair, têm pelo menos condição física para se deslocar sem necessidade de meios adicionais e a partir de agora, eles recordam, já foram vistos numa primeira viagem, já foram vistos por médicos que vão receber não só os primeiros tratamentos hospitalares mais intensivos, digamos assim, como vão também ter o contacto com os familiares. E outra informação de última hora que é possível dar aqui, agora é possível sim ver ali um pequeno exemplo da ambulância, mais do que uma ambulância, também está de transporte de reféns, é possível ver traz uma bandeira israelita às portas. Nota-se que está a querer chegar perto dos jornalistas que estão aqui e nós vamos tentar chegar um pouco mais perto desta zona para tentar termos um primeiro contacto com os reféns que chegam a esta
recovery can begin, both physical and, of course, mental. Way into the hospital as we speak. Now, the helicopter did make its way to this location, landed. The two of them, Stephen Galley, were waving from the window of the helicopter. That was when we got first confirmation ourselves that they were on that helicopter landing here. We can see, guys, the authorities then did place a screen up to general privacy as they departed from outside. All right. The screen was placed to protect the privacy as they came off the chopper. We did expect that has happened on previous occasions. At the moment, the helicopter is quiet, but of course, we expect this helicopter pad to be used once again in the near future. We expect more hostages to make
انزل ها. لا لا خلي اسمع ما هو انا ضربت
חברי הכנסת והקהל מתבקשים לקום. כבוד הנשיאים, כבוד ראש הממשלה וכבוד יושב ראש הכנסת. נא לשבת.
חברות וחברי הכנסת, היום יום שני, כ"א בתשרי התשפ"ו, 13 באוקטובר 2025, ואני מתכבד לפתוח את הישיבה המיוחדת של הכנסת לכבוד נשיא ארצות הברית של אמריקה, מר דונלד ג'יי טראמפ. חברות וחברי הכנסת, בטרם נתחיל אני מזכיר שישיבה זו היא ישיבה מיוחדת ולכן לא יהיו בה הפרעות. מי שיפריע יוצא מאולם המליאה ולא יורשה לשוב אליה עד תום הישיבה. לא תהיינה אזהרות. בנוסף, ניתן יהיה למחוא כפיים בישיבה זו כפי שכבר ראיתם. כבוד נשיא המדינה יצחק הרצוג ורעייתו מיכל, כבוד ראש הממשלה בנימין נתניהו ורעייתו שרה, ראש האופוזיציה יאיר לפיד ורעייתו ליהי, שרים וחברי הכנסת, special recognition to Minister Ron Dermer, who led Special recognition to Minister Ron Dermer, who led the negotiation team on behalf of Israel. Thank you, Ron. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, two key players, President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff, who is here with his partner Lauren, and Jared Kushner, who is here with his wife Ivanka. And thank you guys for everything that you have done to bring about this day. Ambassador of the United States to Israel, my dear friend and my absolute favorite rock star, Mike Huckabee. שגריר ישראל בארצות הברית, יחיאל לייטר. תודה. שגרירים וראשי משלחות זרות, ראש עיריית ירושלים, משה ליאון ורעייתו סתווית, סגל א' של המדינה, ראשי גופי הביטחון, אלה שנמצאים איתנו ואלה שבשטח, הרמטכ"ל רב אלוף אייל זמיר, המפכ"ל רב ניצב דניאל לוי, נציב שירות בתי הסוהר רב גונדר קובי יעקבי, הוא נמצא בשטח, הוא מאלה שנמצאים בשטח, נציב הכבאות וההצלה רב תפסר אייל כספי, ראש המוסד דוד ברנע, ראש שירות הביטחון הכללי, האלוף במילואים דוד זיני, בהצלחה. ראש מנהלת החטופים גל הירש, ראשי ערים וראשי רשויות מקומיות, מנכ"ל הכנסת שהרים ב3 ימים ביקור שדרושים לו 3 חודשים לפחות, משה צ'יקו אדרי, מזכיר הכנסת עורך הדין דן מרזוק, היועצת המשפטית לכנסת עורכת הדין שגית אפיק, קצין הכנסת ניצב יובל חן, חברי הנהלת הכנסת, משפחות חטופים, משפחות שכולות, סגל א' של המדינה, מכובדים מהארץ ומהעולם, ואני פותר בזאת את הדוברים הבאים מאזכור כל המכובדים. קהל יקר, אזרחי ישראל, יש לי הכבוד המיוחד לברך יחד איתכם את החבר הטוב ביותר שהיה אי פעם למדינת ישראל בבית הלבן. ברוך הבא לישראל, ברוך הבא לירושלים, ברוך הבא לכנסת, הנשיא דונלד ג'יי טראמפ. אדוני הנשיא, אני מבקש להודות לך על שהענקת לכנסת את הזכות והכבוד להיות הפרלמנט הראשון מחוץ לארצות הברית שאתה מבקר בו בכהונתך הנוכחית. במסורת היהודית נהוג לברך ברגעים ייחודיים שכאלה, ברוך שנתן מכבודו לבשר ודם. תודה לך, הנשיא טראמפ. כבוד הנשיא, לפני 2000 שנה הוגלנו בכוח הזרוע מנחלת אבותינו, אבל בכל התפוצות בהן חיינו, מעולם לא שכחנו את ירושלים, הלב הפועם של העם היהודי מאז נוסדה כבירתו לפני 3,000 שנה, ואליה התפללנו שנה אחר שנה אחר שנה. ולפני 7 שנים היית אתה, הנשיא טראמפ, שבשם ארצות הברית של אמריקה הכרת בריבונות הישראלית על ירושלים. אתה מימשת הבטחה שנשיאים רבים לפניך הבטיחו, אבל רק אתה קיימת. העברת את השגרירות האמריקאית לירושלים השלמה והמאוחדת. תודה לך, הנשיא טראמפ. משחר הקמתה נאלצה מדינת ישראל להילחם, אך תמיד הושיטה את ידה לשלום. לפני 5 שנים הובלת יחד עם ראש הממשלה נתניהו את הסכמי אברהם. זכיתי, כן, מגיע. זכיתי לכהן בממשלה שחתמה עליהם, ולימים הם היו בעלי משמעות רבה עבורי גם ברמה האישית. משום שלפני 2.5 זכיתי להיות יושב ראש הכנסת הראשון המקבל הזמנה רשמית לבקר בפרלמנט של מדינה ערבית, וזו הייתה המדינה שבה שני הוריי שנמצאים כאן איתנו נולדו וגדלו, מרוקו. קירבת בין ישראל לבין 4 מדינות ערביות בהסכם שבבסיסו שלום תמורת שלום. תודה לך, הנשיא טראמפ. הרבה לפני כהונתך הראשונה, כבר ב-2011, זיהית את הסכנה שבאיראן גרעינית וכתבת, ואני אומר זאת בשפת המקור ברשותכם. Iran's quest of nuclear weapons is a major threat to our nation's national security interests. We can't allow Iran to go nuclear. איום על ארצות הברית משמעו איום על העולם החופשי כולו. את עמדתך העקבית ששמה את אמריקה ראשונה, America first, אך לא לבדה, but not America alone, הבאת עמך לבית הלבן בשתי כהונותיך. לפני 4 חודשים, לאחר שראש הממשלה נתניהו פתח במבצע עם כלבי, הורית על המבצע פטיש חצות, Midnight Hammer, פעולה אמיצה שלא הייתה כמותה עד שאתה הגעת. בכך, אדוני הנשיא, מנעתם שואה גרעינית שאיראן ביקשה להמיט עלינו ועל העולם, מדינה שבפרלמנט שלה נבחרי הציבור זועקים מוות לאמריקה, מוות לישראל. והיום אנו יכולים לומר למשטר האייתולות באיראן, לא יהיה נשק גרעיני. תודה לך, הנשיא טראמפ. כבוד הנשיא, היום העם היהודי מציין את סיום חג הסוכות, ומחר נציין את שמחת תורה. בשמחת תורה לפני 2 לא שמחנו. היה זה היום הקשה ביותר שחוותה מדינת ישראל משחר הקמתה, והעם היהודי מאז השואה. עשרות פעמים הגעתי יחד עם מנהיגים זרים למקום הטבח, עם רבים מהם ישבתי לצפות בתיעוד המצולם של הזוועות שאני יודע שגם אתה ראית. שבועות ספורים לאחר 7 באוקטובר ליוויתי את ג'רד ואיוונקה שהגיעו לכאן לאזורים הקשים ביותר. ראינו את מה שקיווינו, היינו קיבוץ כפר עזה ברעים, וראינו את מה שקיווינו שלא יחזור עוד בתולדות האנושות. מראות של פוגרומים, ילדים, נשים, קשישים, גברים, חיים שלווים שהיו ואינם עוד. השטן לא רק רצח, טבח, אנס ושרף רבים מאחינו ואחיותינו, הוא גם חטף אותם, מתים וחיים. מאז בני ישראל נלחמו את המלחמה הקשה, הארוכה וגם הצודקת בתולדותיהם. הפצע הזה של אחינו החטופים בשבי נותר פתוח ושותת דם מאז 7 באוקטובר, כאשר כל עם ישראל כאב את כאב החטופים ובני משפחותיהם, התלויים בין תקווה לייאוש, בין חיים למוות, עד הבוקר הזה. במשך 2, במקום בו יושבים האורחים ביציע שמולנו, כבוד הנשיא, השקיפו מעלינו תמונות החטופים. הבוקר, לקראת האירוע ההיסטורי הזה, זכינו להוריד את התמונות עם חזרתם של החטופים למשפחותיהם. אני אעשה משהו ספונטני, אדוני הנשיא. את סיכת החטופים הזאת בצבעי כחול לבן קיבלתי מצביקה מור, אבא של איתן מור. אני מתכבד להוריד אותה כי לפני רגע דיברתי עם צביקה, איתן כבר בידיהם, והם חוגגים את האיחוד הזה. תודה לך, הנשיא טראמפ. Mr. President, you stand before the people of Israel not as another American president, but as a giant of Jewish history, one for whom we must look back 2.5 millennia into the mists of time to find a parallel, Cyrus the Great. You, President Donald J. Trump, are a colossus who will be enshrined in the pantheon of history. Thousands of years from now, Mr. President, the Jewish people will remember you. We are a nation that remembers. Far from being a local struggle, what we are witnessing is a global struggle, a global battle between the forces of extremism, radicalism, and fundamentalism, and those of freedom, liberty, and democracy. What the world needs now is not appeasers who feed the crocodile in the hope that they will be eaten last, like the kind we have seen recently at the UN General Assembly. And by the way, President Trump, your team has checked the teleprompter. It is working beautifully. What the world needs now are more leaders who are brave, resolute, strong, and bold. The world needs more Trumps. Mr. President, with your permission, I would like to take this moment to address Prime Minister Netanyahu. ראש הממשלה, עמדת בכל שנות כהונתך, אבל בפרט בשנתיים האחרונות מול לחצים אדירים. סטיב וויטקוף, שליחו המיוחד של הנשיא טראמפ, שלחם יחד איתך בשוחות על החזרת החטופים, אמר עליך, העבודה הקשה באמת הייתה של ראש הממשלה. הוא זה שהיה צריך לקבל החלטות קשות, עד כמה להיות קשוחים מול חמאס ומתי לגלות גמישות. היו רגעים שחשבתי, כך אומר וויטקוף, שעליכם להתגמש יותר, אבל האמת היא שכעת, במבט לאחור, אני חושב שלא היינו מגיעים לנקודה הזו אם ראש הממשלה נתניהו לא היה פועל כפי שפעל. גם הנשיא שלי, ממשיך וויטקוף, גם הנשיא שלי, אתה אדוני, הנשיא טראמפ, מאמין בכך. הוא מאמין שראש הממשלה נתניהו קיבל החלטות קשות מאוד, והיו אנשים פחות אמיצים שלא היו מקבלים החלטות כאלה. והנה אנחנו כאן היום, משום שלחמאס לא הייתה ברירה, כך אומר וויטקוף. הם נאלצו להגיע להסכם הזה. הלחץ היה עצום ולכם יש צבא גדול. התקדמתם משמעותית בשטח, וזה מה שהוביל להסכם הזה. כך אומר השליח וויטקוף. אדוני ראש הממשלה, אתמול בדרכו לישראל אמר הנשיא טראמפ שאתה הוא האיש הנכון בזמן הנכון. ואני גאה לומר כאן לעיני העולם שבזכותך הגענו להישגים הרבים שאליהם הגענו. תודה לך, ראש הממשלה. ביום הזה נודה מלב האומה וממעמקי הנפש הלאומית לחיילי צה"ל האמיצים, נודה לחיילי צה"ל האמיצים שהסתערו קדימה כאריות וסיכנו את חייהם כדי להגן על מדינת ישראל. רבים מהם נפלו והקריבו את חייהם למען המדינה שמרכינה את ראשה בפניהם ובפני משפחותיהם השכולות. דמם לא נשפך לשווא, כי בגבורתם ובהקרבתם הם הביאו לרגע הנשגב הזה, ושמותיהם ייוותרו חקוקים לעד בלב האומה. President Trump, you are the president of peace. There was not a single person on this planet who did more than you to advance peace. No one even came close. Your election to the presidency marked a turning point, not only for the United States, but for the entire world. Through your strength of character and unwavering resolve, you brought an end to bloody conflicts in no fewer than 8 regions across the globe. In less than 9 months, you became one of the most consequential presidents in history. You saved countless lives that would have been lost without your leadership. And as our sages teach, whoever saves one life, it is as though he has saved an entire world. You have proven that true peace is achieved through strength, and that only those who are prepared to use force in the present can prevent the need to use it in the future. Mr. President, you, more than any other individual, are deserving of the highest recognition for your efforts in promoting peace. Therefore, I hereby announce that together with our good friend, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, we will rally speakers and presidents of parliaments from around the world to submit your candidacy for the Nobel Prize, Peace Prize next year. There is no one more deserving than you, President Trump. No one. אדוני הנשיא, אנחנו ניצבים בפני ההיסטוריה ברגע נשגב שיחקק לדורות. זה יום מאוד מרגש לאזרחי ישראל, יום שכולנו ייחלנו לו. בספר ירמיהו משיב השם לרחל המבכה את בניה. מנעי קולך מבכי ועינייך מדמעה, כי יש שכר לפעולתך, נאום אדוני, ושבו מארץ אויב. ויש תקווה לאחריתך, נאום אדוני, ושבו בנים לגבולם. אני מבקש לאחל מכל ליבי החלמה מהירה ושלמה לפצועים ולחטופים השבים. כמה טוב שבאתם הביתה. הנשיא טראמפ, מי ייתן והעושה שלום במרומיו יברך אותך, נשיא השלום, את ארצך ואזרחיה, את משפחתך וכל היקרים לך, ויעשה שלום עלינו ועליכם. May God bless you, President Trump. May God bless the United States of America. And may God bless the state of Israel. תודה רבה וחג שמח. אני מתכבד להזמין כעת את ראש הממשלה, חבר הכנסת בנימין נתניהו, לשאת דברים.
מכובדי הנשיא הרצוג ורעייתו מיכל, מכובדיי הרבים, ובראשם ידידנו הגדול, נשיא ארצות הברית, הנשיא דונלד ג'יי טראמפ. ברוך בואך לירושלים בירתנו הנצחית. ברוך בואך לישראל ביום המרגש הזה שיחקק בתולדות עמנו. וגם אתה הנשיא תחקק בתולדות עמנו, כי כבר נחקקת בתולדות האנושות. אבל אנחנו, כפי שנאמר, זוכרים את ידידנו, ואנחנו יודעים את חלקך החשוב והמכריע בהחזרת יתרת חטופינו ביום הזה שהתבשרנו עכשיו, רק לפני שעה קלה, שכל חטופינו החיים שבו אלינו. איזו התרגשות. כמה חיכינו לרגע הזה, ואנחנו מחויבים להחזיר את כולם. ואני רוצה להודות לך באופן אישי ובשם האומה כולה. תודה לך, הנשיא טראמפ. תודה לך. Now, I know that the teleprompters are working well, though I'm not using them. But I'm not sure about the translation. So I'll say words in English. President Trump, the Knesset welcomes you and your distinguished delegation to Jerusalem, our eternal capital. This is your first visit to Israel since you recognize Jerusalem as our capital and moved the embassy here. Thank you, President Trump, for that. There are many other reasons to thank you since your last visit here. Thank you for recognizing Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. Thank you for standing up to the lies against Israel in the United Nations. Thank you for recognizing in your 2020 peace plan our rights in Judea and Samaria, the ancestral homeland of the Jewish people. Thank you for brokering the historic Abraham Accords. Avraham, Eskemei Avraham. Thank you for withdrawing from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. Thank you for supporting Operation Rising Lion and for your bold decision to launch Operation Midnight Hammer. Boy, is that... You got to hear this. This is the most fitting name ever named for a military operation, because a little after midnight, you really hammered them. My friends, this is only a partial list
but it's enough to affirm what I've said time and again. Donald Trump is the greatest friend that the state of Israel has ever had in the White House. No American president has ever done more for Israel. And as I said in Washington, it ain't even close. It's really not a match. Mr. President, today we welcome you here to thank you for your pivotal leadership in putting forward a proposal that got the backing of almost the entire world. A proposal that brings all our hostages home. A proposal that ends the war by achieving all our objectives. A proposal that opens the door to an historic expansion of peace in our region and beyond our region. Mr. President, you are committed to this peace. I am committed to this peace. And together, Mr. President, we will achieve this peace. We've done it before. We've done it before in the Abraham Accords, and we'll do it again. Mr. President, today the Jewish calendar marks the end of 2 years of war. That war began on October 7th, on the Jewish festival of Simchat Torah. You always tell me, and you tell the world, remember October 7th. Mr. President, we remember. We remember the thousands of Hamas terrorists who stormed into our towns and kibbutzim. We remember the 1,200 people Hamas savagely slaughtered in cold blood, including dozens and dozens of Americans. We remember entire families burnt alive as they embraced each other. We remember the beautiful young Israelis brutally gunned down at the Nova Music Festival. We remember the hundreds of our citizens who were dragged into the dungeons of Gaza, including 12 Americans, men and women, young and old, babies and elderly Holocaust survivors. My friends, Mr. President, Donald, these monsters take babies as hostages. In response to this barbaric attack on October 7th, Israel did what it had to do. With indomitable courage, we set out to defend our people, to defeat our enemies, and to release our hostages. Our heroic soldiers fought like lions. They fought on the front lines of civilization and barbarism. Israel achieved amazing victories over Hamás and the entire Iran terror axis. Sinwar, Dev, Hania, Nasrallah, Assad, they're all gone. Iran's nuclear weapons and ballistic missile program, with your enormous help, Mr. President, rolled back. Half the Houthi leadership wiped out. But the price of this victory, the price of these victories, has been heavy. Nearly 2,000 of Israel's finest were lost, nearly half in battle. They left behind parents, spouses, siblings, and children. Their love and laughter, their promise and potential were lost forever. To the families of our fallen fighters, many of them are here, I say, I know the depth of your pain. I know the inconsolable grief that will accompany you for the rest of your lives. The state of Israel bows its head in eternal gratitude to our fallen heroes. Because of these heroes, our nation will survive. Because of these heroes, our nations will thrive. And because of these heroes, our nation will have peace. Mr. President, thousands of our brave soldiers were also wounded, suffering terrible blows to body and soul. Brave soldiers like Ari Spitz. Ari is an American. Ari is an American Israeli who was injured Ari is an American Israeli who was injured in Gaza while searching for Hamás terrorists and weapons. 2 of Ari's comrades were killed in this action and 10 were injured. Ari was presumed dead, but made a miraculous recovery despite losing 3 limbs. Ari, stand up for a minute alone. Stand up. There you go. There. Ari, you are the spirit of Joshua. You are the spirit of David. You are the spirit of the Maccabees. You are the spirit of Israel. I salute you. We all salute you. Sabine Tassa of Kibbutz Netiv HaAsara is watching us today from the Israeli consulate in Los Angeles. Sabine lost her husband and her oldest son on October 7th. She is the mother of 3 other boys. 2 of them, Kohen and Shai, witnessed their father jump on a Hamas grenade to save his 2 sons. We all saw the film of those 2 boys crying out in pain, "Father is dead. Why? Why did God save me?" Mr. President, my friend Donald, I've seen some very tough things in my life. But I couldn't bring myself to watch those boys suffering again. So I didn't see this film except once. Yet Sabine, their mother, has had the strength and fortitude to show this film across the world. And my wife Sarah and I asked her, "Sabine, how do you do it? Why do you do it?" And she answered, "I do it to show the entire world the monsters Israel is fighting and the justice of our cause." This is what she's doing once again in Los Angeles. Sabine, you can hear me now. So I want to tell you on behalf of all of us, you embody the spirit of our biblical heroines, Deborah, Ruth, and Esther. You too are the spirit of Israel, and we all salute you. Mr. President, you asked me on our many conversations during the 12-day war with Iran, you asked me, how are the people holding up? And I said to you, our people are strong. Israelis are a nation of lions with unlimited resolve to defend our country and secure our future. The people give strength to our soldiers, and the people give strength to me and to my colleagues. The Jewish people have risen from the ashes time and again, but when we formed the State of Israel and the Army of Israel, we pledged never again would be defenseless against our enemies. And that resolute strength not only assures our survival, it assures our future, it assures peace. We have paid a high price for this war, but our enemies now understand just how powerful and just how determined Israel is. They understand that attacking Israel on October 7th was a catastrophic mistake. They understand that Israel is strong and that Israel is here to stay. And this, Mr. President, is the indispensable foundation of peace. Peace through strength. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a momentous day, a day of great joy as the remaining hostages come home. My wife Sarah and I have met with the hostage families many times. There were no words to describe their agony, only tears of bottomless sorrow and unimaginable pain. At the beginning of the war, I promised to bring all the hostages home. Today, with the indispensable help, the determined and focused help, the unremitting help of President Trump and his team, and with the incredible sacrifice and courage of the soldiers of Israel, we are fulfilling that promise. It has been a long journey to get here. In the first week of the war, our brave soldiers put military pressure on Hamás, and the international community put diplomatic pressure on them. This enabled us to secure the release of over 100 hostages. In heroic rescue attempts behind enemy lines, Israel's special forces rescued 8 live hostages and brought back the remains of dozens more. But as time went on, we all know what happened. The diplomatic pressure was turned on its head. More and more governments bought into Hamas's false propaganda. More and more governments succumbed to anti-Semitic mobs in their own countries. They just turned on Israel. They called for us to surrender to Hamas demands, just leave Gaza immediately, they said, end the war without committing to disarm Hamas, without committing to demilitarize Gaza. Had Israel succumbed to those demands, not only would Sinwar, Nasrallah, Assad, and Iran's missile and nuclear program remain intact. Not only that, because in no time, the Hamas killers would be back on the border fence, ready to repeat the horrors of October 7th again and again, as they vowed to do. But just at that point of maximum pressure on Israel, a man named Donald J. Trump was elected President of the United States. And ladies and gentlemen, overnight, everything changed. Everything. Mr. President, thanks to your unequivocal backing of Israel, we secured a second hostage deal within weeks of your election. And in the months that followed, we worked closely together to forge a path to bring the remaining hostages home and end the war. End the war in a way that ensures the disarming of Hamas, the demilitarization of Gaza, and that Gaza would never again pose a threat to Israel. 2 months ago, you fully backed my decision to send the IDF into the last Hamas stronghold in Gaza City. You shared my view that this military pressure would help free the hostages. And despite all the criticism, all the naysayers, we were right. Hamas caved in. And 2 weeks ago, you succeeded in doing something miraculous. You succeeded in doing something that no one believed was possible. You brought most of the Arab world, you brought most of the world behind your proposal to free the hostages and end the war. I want to thank Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and Ron Dermer for their great contribution to this effort. And I want to thank our negotiating team. I believe that the close cooperation between the two of us, between our two nations, combining Israel's military pressure and President Trump's unmatched global leadership. I have to tell you, I've seen a lot of American presidents. I've seen them all in the time that I've been here, and I've been here quite a lot of time. I've never seen anyone move the world so quickly, so decisively, so resolutely as our friend President Donald J. Trump. With our military pressure and President Trump's global leadership, we achieved this historic moment. It's a moment of indescribable joy as our nation embraces our sons who are coming home. Mr. President, this week, Jews around the world are going to read the book of Ecclesiastes, Kohelet, in the Bible. The Bible has many miraculous moments. One of them was your decision to bomb Fordo. I think it was a pivot of history because it wasn't meant only to bomb Fordo. That action and your previous action of taking out Qasem Soleimani, the architect of death, I think that changed the balance of power in the world. You brought America back again to the driver's seat. Now, I said that we're going to read this week the book of Ecclesiastes. It's not a book of action. It's a book of meditations, of thought, of perspective on life and on death. And in this book, we read the immortal words of King Solomon. To everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven. Et milchama ve'et shalom. A time for peace and a time for war. The last 2 years have been a time of war. The coming years will hopefully be a time for peace. Peace inside Israel and peace outside Israel. I look forward to continuing marching with you on the path we paved together with the Abraham Accords. Under your leadership, we can forge new peace treaties with Arab countries in the region and Muslim countries beyond the region. Abraham's children will work together to build a better future, a future that will unite civilization against barbarism, light against darkness, and hope against despair. And my friends, I believe that with President Trump's leadership, this will happen a lot faster than people think. As Prime Minister of Israel, I extend my hand to hold those who seek peace with us. No one wants peace more than the people of Israel. Israel will always remain vigilant in defending itself, and Israel will always remain full of hope. Hope is our national anthem. Hope is our creed. Hope is our strength. It is time, my friends, to realize that hope and expand the circle of peace. Mr. President, thank you for all you have done for us. I have submitted your nomination to be the first non-Israeli recipient of the Israel Prize, Israel's highest award. As to that other prize, just a question of time, you'll get it. But I want you to get the Israel Prize, our highest award, to our greatest friend. When others were weak, you were strong. When others were fearful, you were bold. When others abandoned us, you stood by our side. On behalf of the government and people of Israel, I thank you for your extraordinary friendship. Thank you for helping bring our hostages home. Thank you for supporting Israel's march to victory. Thank you for paving a path to peace. מכובדי נשיא ארצות הברית, ידידי דונלד, ברוך הבא לישראל, ברוך הבא לירושלים, ברוך הבא ביום המרגש הזה, שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. May God bless you and your family, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. And may God bless the covenant between our two promised lands. Thank you, Mr. President.
The President.
Come on up, opposition. Come on, opposition.
Yeah.
Okay. אני מתכבד להזמין כעת את ראש האופוזיציה, חבר הכנסת יאיר לפיד.
Mr. Speaker, members of Knesset, ministers, President Herzog, Prime Minister Netanyahu, distinguished guests, Your Excellency, President Trump. For 2 years, we waited for this moment. 2 years of sleepless nights, 2 years without air in our lungs. Our eyes are filled with tears today, our hearts are filled with gratitude, our children are coming home. In the Babylonian Talmud, a sacred book of the Jewish people, it is written, whoever destroys one life, it is as though he destroyed an entire world, and whoever saves one life, it is though as he has saved an entire world. Mr. President, you have saved the lives of our hostages. But you saved so much more. You have saved the souls of the bereaved whose loved ones now will be brought home for burial. You have saved thousands of soldiers who will now not fall in battle. And you have saved millions from the horrors of war. You have saved more than one life, and each life is an entire world. This is a historic moment, and a reminder that history is shaped by people. It is shaped by those who know the past, but have the vision to change the future. When you were elected, you declared that you would be the president of peace. You have kept your word. The fact that you were not awarded the Nobel Peace Prize is a grave mistake by the committee. But they will have no choice, Mr. President. They will have to award it to you next year. Peace will not come by waiting. It will come by building, by reaching out, and by daring once again to believe. You, Mr. President, have done the unimaginable. We will be eternally grateful. But we also need to take responsibility. The destiny of Israel will always be written by the people of Israel. We must now prove ourselves worthy of what has been achieved. From its founding, Israel has said to the world that our strength, our power, rest upon our values. Israel is the strongest country in the Middle East because we are the only democracy in the Middle East. Because we believe in the principles laid in our Declaration of Independence, which says Israel will ensure complete equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants, irrespective of religion, race, or sex. It will guarantee freedom of religion, conscience, language, education, and culture. It will safeguard the holy places for all religions. Those are our values. That is who we are as people, as a country. Our neighbors must understand one more thing about us. We are not going anywhere. The Middle East is our home. We are here to stay. Our story did not end in the Bible. It began there. It continues in our laboratories and universities, in our innovation hubs. Hamás, Hezbollah, Iran, and the Houthis, they all read the wrong intelligence reports. The real intelligence report on Israel's intentions is found in the book of Genesis. And I will give you and your descendants after you the land of Canaan for an everlasting possession. We call upon the nations of the Islamic world, on all our neighbors, Saudi Arabia, Syria, others. We are here to stay. We can do great things together. Come and talk to us. Mr. President, You are the one who can make it happen, as you did with the historic Abraham Accords. Then too, no one believed it was possible. Then too, you imposed your vision on everyone. While others spoke of difficulties, you created opportunity. You can be the one to bring the next wave of peace. The people of Israel support this. They want this. We are ready. And you can later today in Egypt with your unbelievably talented team, my friends Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, forge a regional alliance that will change not only the Middle East but the entire world. After 2 years of war, the peoples of this region should look around and ask themselves, whose situation is better? Those who chose the path of peace or those who chose the path of war? Those who invested in their people, in the education of their children, in science and education and technology, or those who invested in hate and in violence? From here I say to all those who demonstrated against Israel these past 2 years, on the streets of London and Rome, in Paris and in Columbia University. I do not represent the government. As you know, I am the leader of the opposition. And I tell you, then, you were deceived. You were deceived. Propaganda experts, funded by terror money, manipulated you. Now that the war has stopped, you have time and a chance to go and learn the facts. The truth is, there was no genocide, no intentional starvation. The truth is, there was an army and a country fighting in the most complicated conditions imaginable against terrorists who send their own children to die for a follow-up, who use their own children as human shields. The truth is that a democratic state was attacked by a fanatical terrorist organization. 1,200 people were killed in one day, women were raped, babies were burned alive. And all the while, they played with your minds, selling you the absurd idea that supporting Islamic terror is somehow a liberal value. There is good and evil in this world. When you stand with Hamás, you stand with evil. When you stand with Hezbollah, you stand with evil. When you stand with the Iranian regime, you stand with evil. When you stand with Israel, you stand on the side of justice. Last week I attended the 7th October memorial ceremony. An inspirational woman called Galit Dan spoke on stage. Galit had a daughter, Noya, a 13-year-old girl who was autistic like my daughter. And Noya was full of light. She loved Harry Potter. On that dark day, Noya was sleeping at her grandmother's, Carmela's house in Kibbutz Nir Oz. Carmela was 80 years old. Their bodies, grandmother and granddaughter, were found embraced. They were murdered together. On stage at the ceremony, Galit said a sentence that moved us all. We don't want revenge, she said. We want redemption. Today, the redemption begins. Israel has endured 2 terrible years on the battlefield and in the international arena. But in those 2 years, we also rediscovered our own greatness. We remember how good we can be. Our pilots who took control of the skies over Iran. Our industries leading the world in technology. Our civil society. which reached out to help every victim of the war. We will move forward toward a different future. Our heroic soldiers who saved us all will fold away their uniforms and rise as teachers and engineers, scientists and innovators. To American markets, it is the State of Israel. Israel's future is intertwined with our eternal alliance, our strategic and moral covenant with our greatest friends, the United States of America. This war is over. We will always need to stay vigilant, to guard against those who seek our destruction. But the State of Israel is about to reinvent itself. The challenges ahead demand not only strength, but a new vision. It's time to take a new path. To be a nation that is advanced and thriving and peace-seeking. We have waited for this moment, for the end of the war, for the return of the hostages, for the chance to rechannel our grief and loss into the energy needed to rebuild our nation. Thanks to you, Mr. President. Thanks to our soldiers, our lions. Thanks to the millions of great Israeli patriots who filled the streets and the square and never, not for one moment, gave up on the hostages. Thanks to all of them, the strength within us can now rise, succeed, and build for our future and for our children. Thank you very much. God bless the United States of America. Am Israel Chai.
אני מודה לראש האופוזיציה. ועכשיו, members of the Knesset, it is now my distinct honor to invite the President of the United States of America, His Excellency Donald J. Trump, to address the Knesset.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great honor. Nice place. Very nice place. Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, esteemed members of the Knesset and cherished citizens of Israel, we gather on a day of profound joy, of soaring hope, of renewed faith, and above all, a day to give our deepest thanks to the Almighty God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. After 2 harrowing years in darkness and captivity, 20 courageous hostages are returning to the glorious embrace of their families, and it is glorious. 28 more precious loved ones are coming home at last to rest in this sacred soil for all of time. And after so many years of unceasing war and endless danger, today the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace, a land and a region that will live, God willing, in peace for all eternity. This is not only the end of a war, this is the end of an age of terror and death and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God. It's the start of a grand concord and lasting harmony for Israel and all the nations of what will soon be a truly magnificent region. I believe that so strongly. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East. I want to express my gratitude to a man of exceptional courage and patriotism whose partnership did so much to make this momentous day possible. You know who I'm talking about. There's only one, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Bibi, please stand up. And he is not easy, I want to tell you. He's not the easiest guy to deal with. But that's what makes him great. That's what makes him great. Thank you very much, baby. Great job. And let me also convey my tremendous appreciation for all of the nations of the Arab and Muslim world that came together to press Hamás to set the hostages free and to send them home. We had a lot of help. We had a lot of help from a lot of people that you wouldn't suspect, and I want to thank them very much for that. It's an incredible triumph for Israel and the world to have all of these nations working together as partners in peace. And it's pretty unusual for you to see that, but it happened in this case. This was a very unusual point in time, a brilliant point in time. Generations from now, this will be remembered as the moment that everything began to change, and change very much for the better. Like the USA right now, it will be the golden age of Israel and the golden age of the Middle East. It's going to work together. I'd like to thank several great American patriots for their invaluable help in getting something done that almost everyone thought was absolutely impossible. We were wasting our time. So many people said, "You're just wasting your time." But we weren't, because we had talented people working with us, and we had people that love your country, and frankly, people that love the region. They love the Middle East. I want to thank my friend Steve Witkoff. You know, Steve was chosen by me. He never did this before, but I knew him as a few things. He was a great businessman, but I know a lot of great businessmen, to be honest with you. He had tremendous negotiating skills, but I know a lot of people that negotiate pretty well, although it is an art. But there are people that can negotiate pretty well. But most importantly with Steve, he's just a great guy. Everybody loved him. Everybody. I mean, I know some negotiators that are so good, but you wouldn't have had peace in the Middle East. It would be in World War III right now with some of these guys. Everybody loves Steve, and they respect him, and they somehow can relate to him. I've known him for many years, and I've seen it over over and over again.
להוציא את חבר הכנסת עודה, להוציא אותו מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד, החוצה, החוצה, החוצה. להוציא גם את חבר הכנסת כסיף, להוציא את חבר הכנסת כסיף מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד. Sorry for that, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Please.
That was very efficient. So back to Steve. He's But I tell one story because he was so involved, and then we called in Jared. We need that brain on occasion. We got to get Jared in here. We got to get a certain group of people. But Steve started this all by himself. I call him Henry Kissinger, who doesn't leak. Okay? Henry is a big leaker. He leaked. Steve doesn't leak. Steve just wants to get the job done. He wants to do what's right. But I'll give you just a quick story because, as you know, he's working on the war with Russia and Ukraine, a war that would have never happened if I were president. A shame. 7,000 young soldiers a week are being killed. More than that this last week. It's a shame that it never happened. But it did happen, and we won the race, and I took over this horrible war that's been raging, and I thought it would be easily settled. I thought it was a hell of a lot easier than doing what we just did very successfully with Israel and a lot of other people. But this came first, and we'll get that one. But I set up a meeting for him to meet with President Putin, thinking it would be a 15 or a 20-minute meeting. Steve had no idea about Russia, had no idea about Putin too much, didn't know too much about politics, wasn't that interested. He was really good at real estate, but he had that quality that I was looking for, and I didn't see it around in too many ways. And I set up the meeting with Putin, and I called. I said, is Steve finished yet? That was about a half an hour into the meeting. No, sir, he's not. He's still inside. This is in Moscow. I said, well, how's he doing? I don't know, sir. He's still inside. I called up an hour later. Let me speak to Steve. Sir, he's still with Putin. He's with President Putin. I said, wow, that's a long meeting, 1 hour. I called up an hour later, he was still with Putin. 3 hours later, he was still with Putin. 4 hours later, he started to get the word that he was going to be coming out soon. And in 5 hours, he came out. I said, what the hell were you talking about for 5 hours? And he says, just a lot of interesting things. We're talking about a lot of interesting things, including what he went in there for, but you can't talk about it for 5. You can talk about it for a certain period of time, and you know what you're getting. But that's a talent. That's a talent where you can do that. Most people I'd send in, number one, they wouldn't be accepted. Number two, if they were the meeting would last 5 minutes. And that's what happens with Steve. Everybody loves him. They love him on this side. They love him on the other side. And he really is. He's a great negotiator because he's a great guy. So thank you very much, Steve. Very much. And let me also give a very special thanks to someone who truly loves Israel. In fact, loves it so much that my daughter converted. My daughter converted. I didn't know this was going to happen. And Ivanka's here. And Bibi, you do know this was not in the cards for me. You understand that. And she is so happy, and they are so happy. At least I think they're happy. If they're not, we have a big story, right? No, they have a great marriage, and they get along great. They're best friends. They have a very special relationship. But Jared has been so helpful. He really did something very special. He established the Abraham Accords with a group of very wonderful people. I like calling it the Avraham Accords, because people that, right? Avraham. It's so cool. It's so much sort of nicer, you know, the Abraham versus the Avraham. I just don't want to sound too sanctimonious when I do it, so, you know, I sort of split it up. This way we keep everybody happy. But we have some very great talent, and they have no excuses for anything that's taken place, because we had some unbelievably good people working on this. And then you're going to add a man named Marco Rubio, who is also here. That's right. And I have a prediction that Marco will go down, I mean this, as the greatest Secretary of State in the history of the United States. I believe that. I believe it. And he and I, you know, we really fought it out. You remember, he was tough. He was nasty. Who the hell thought this was going to happen, Marco, right? And now I'm saying he's going to go down as the greatest. He will. He was always smart and sharp, and people respect him. And then we have somebody who's young, but an unbelievable leader. I saw it a long time ago, and he's turned out to be even better than we thought. Right, Susie? I think even better. And that's Pete Hegseth, who is our Secretary of War, formerly Secretary of Defense. And as you know, we decisively won World War I. We decisively won World War II decisively. And everything in between and everything before it, we won everything. And then they had the brilliant idea of changing the name from war, you know, it was war, to defense. And with that went a certain thinking. And we fought in a very politically correct way after that. We always had the strongest military, and now we have a stronger military than we've ever had before. Because of my first term, I've totally rebuilt the military, every aspect of it. But we have, if you think, we settled 8 wars in 8 months. I'm now including this one, by the way, if that's okay. They may say, well, that was quick. Because yesterday I was saying 7, but now I can say 8. The hostages are back. The hostages are back. It is a good feeling. Isn't that nice to say? You know, I just said the hostage. First time I said the hostages are back. It feels so good to say it. But when you settle 8 wars in 8 months, that means you don't like war. Everyone thought I was going to be brutal. In fact, I remember Hillary Clinton during a debate, she said, look at him, he's going to go to war with everybody. And actually, she said, he's got a personality that's all about war. No, my personality actually is all about stopping wars, and it seems to work. It seems to work. But it also means this name change in our attitude that we're not going to go into a war, but if we do, we're going to win that war like nobody has ever won a war before. We will not be politically correct, but we're not going to be there. And I think, you know, as you mentioned, Bibi, before, peace through strength, and that's what it's all about. The United States has the greatest and most powerful military in the, right now, history of the world. I can tell you we have weapons that nobody's ever dreamt of. I only hope we never have to use them. I rebuilt the military. I was proud to do it, but some of the things I hated to do, I hated certain of the weapons because the level of power is so enormous, it's so dangerous, so bad. But we have to do what we have to do. We make the best weapons in the world, and we've got a lot of them, and we've given a lot to Israel, frankly. And I mean, Bibi would call me so many times, can you get me this weapon, that weapon, that weapon? Some of them I never heard of, Bibi, and I made them. But we'd get them here, wouldn't we? Huh? And they are the best. They are the best. But you used them well. It also takes people that know how to use them. And you obviously used them very well. But so many that Israel became strong and powerful, which ultimately led to peace. That's what led to peace. So as we celebrate today, let us remember how this nightmare of depravity and death all began. 2 years ago, on the eve of the Simchat Torah holiday, thousands of innocent Israeli civilians were attacked by terrorists, and one of the most evil and heinous desecrations of innocent life the world has ever seen, the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. The cruelty of October 7th struck to the core of humanity itself. Nobody could believe what they were witnessing. The United States of America grieved alongside you, and we mourned for our own citizens who were so viciously taken that day. And to all the families whose lives were forever changed by the atrocities of that day, and all of the people of Israel, please know that America joins you in those two everlasting vows: never forget and never again. From October 7th until this week, Israel has been a nation at war, enduring burdens that only a proud and faithful people could withstand. It was a very tough period of time. For so many families across this land, it has been years since you've known a single day of true peace. But now at last, not only for Israelis, but also for Palestinians and for many others, the long and painful nightmare is finally over. And as the dust settles, the smoke fades, the debris is removed, and the ashes cleaned from the air, the day that breaks on a region transformed, and a beautiful and much brighter future appears suddenly within your reach. This is now a very exciting time for Israel and for the entire Middle East, because all across the Middle East, the forces of chaos, terror, and ruin that have plagued the region for decades now stand weakened, isolated, and totally defeated. A new coalition of proud and responsible nations is emerging, and because of us, the enemies of all civilization are in retreat. thanks to the bravery and incredible skill of the Israeli Defense Forces in Operation Rising Lion. Guy's central casting. Let's put him in a movie. Look at him. Great job. And my people loved working with you. Loved it. They worked so well together. But many of Iran's top terrorists, including nuclear scientists and commanders, have been extinguished from this earth. And with Operation Midnight Hammer, boy, that's a great name for that, what we did. Last June, the United States military flew 7 of those beautiful B-2 bombers. They look so beautiful all of a sudden. They were always, I thought they were pretty planes. I had no idea they could do what they did. In fact, we just ordered 28 more of them. A little updated version. We ordered a whole pile of them. And almost 100 other planes went with them, including fighter jets. And we had 52 tankers, big, beautiful, brand new tankers that were loading them up 4 or 5 times. They've traveled 37 hours back and forth. Think of that. But we had tankers all over the sky for all the other planes. We had the F-22s, the F-35s, F-16s. We had a hell of a lot of planes. So we had 52 gas stations in the sky. That's what they call them. I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to be flying one of them. We have our great General Raisin Cain right here. General, stand up. This guy. What a general. Thank you. I asked General Cain, I said, you know, we're having problems with ISIS, and I was in Washington, and I asked, how long would it take to defeat ISIS? And my Washington generals told me, 3, 4, maybe 5 years, sir. I said, I don't get it. We got the best equipment in the world. Why? So I flew to Iraq, and I met with a man named Cain. He said, what's your first name? He said, they call me Raisin, sir. I said, wait a minute, your name is Raisin Cain? I've been looking for you for a long time. You gotta be kidding. So they told me 3, 4, 5 years to defeat ISIS. And I sit down with him and I say, why is it? I flew there in the dark of night. I landed, I'll never forget it. It's quite a trip. I'm glad I made it because I met him. I said, could I ask you, General? I come down. He said, with another general and a sergeant. Everybody was like central casting. They could go into a movie right now. Between him and you guys over here, we could get rich making movies, okay? And they got along so great. That's the beautiful thing, that your military and our military, BB, got along so great. But I was told by the television generals in Washington, we have the best equipment in the world. Why is it taking so long? And they said, 4 years. I said, so let me ask you, Raisin, how long would it take you to defeat ISIS? Sir, we can do it in 3 weeks, but you'll probably have some time left over. I said, you gotta be kidding. What the hell are you talking about? They said 4 years. I said, well, sir, look, it's not my place to say, but you're asking me the question. What you have to do is you hit him from the west, you hit him from the north, you hit him from the south, you hit him above, you hit him below. I said, so why didn't they do it? And he didn't want to speak badly of his superiors, which is hard to believe they were his superiors. It should have been the other way around a long time ago, because he's the one that did Operation Hammer. It was flawless. It was flawless. It was absolutely flawless. And I said, so you really think you can do it in 4 weeks? Yes, sir, 100%. You have to do it differently than they were doing it. They were using one base and it was hundreds of miles away. And he says, we have all these portable bases all over the Middle East. And they didn't want to use them because they didn't want to offend the country where the portable, they wouldn't have even known what the hell the planes were going up, right? They wouldn't have known, but he said, no, they didn't want to defend anybody, offend anybody, and but we can do it in 4 weeks. I said, you sure about that? I'm going to call you back. I'll call you back on Monday. I'm going back to Washington. But you think 4 weeks? Yes, sir, I think we can do it in 4 weeks. We'll have time left over. So I call him on Monday. I say, you think you can do it? 4 weeks. I said, go ahead and do it. He did it. I'll tell you, he did it in 4 weeks, less than 4 weeks. So, General, stand up, please. Again, this is a real general. This is not a television general. He doesn't want to go on television. He doesn't want to go on television. That's it. The other guys love being on television. So we dropped 14 bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally, as I said originally, obliterating them. And that's been confirmed, and everybody understands it. Together we stopped the #1 state sponsor of terror from obtaining the world's most dangerous weapons. And if you think about it, if we didn't do that, and assuming we made the same deal that we have today, there'd be a dark cloud over this deal. And #1, it wouldn't happen because the other Arab and Muslim nations really wouldn't feel comfortable making the deal that we have now, right? If Iran had that nuclear weapon that they were about 2 months away from having. They would have had it in 2 months or maybe less than that. They were right at, this was our last shot. They looked at it for 22 years. This was our last shot. The pilots told me that. They said, 22 years, sir, they looked at it. Our predecessors looked, they studied it. 3 times a year would do drills on that exact attack. And boy, did they get it right. But let's assume they didn't, and let's assume there was large-scale nuclear weapons in the hands of Iran. We couldn't be here today. Even if we signed the deal, which we couldn't do because a lot of people would not want to have anything to do with it, we took a big cloud off of the Middle East and off of Israel. And it was my honor to help. But isn't it true, though, that can you imagine the same, let's assume, Bibi, the same documents, we had everything the same, but you had somebody out there that was, in the opinion of everybody, all-powerful in the Middle East. They took a big hit, didn't they? Didn't they take a big hit? Boy, oh boy. They got hit from one side, from the other. And you know, it would be great if we could make a peace deal with them. And I think that's big. Would you be happy with that? Wouldn't it be nice, I think? Because I think they want to. I think they're tired. Somebody said, sir, they're starting their nuclear program again. I said, let me tell you something. They're not starting anything. They want to survive. The last thing they want to do is start digging holes again in mountains that just got blown up and start... They're not doing this. They want to survive, okay? But I think we have a chance. Steve, you, and I think Jared, come on, I'll call you back for another one. We always bring Jared when we want to get that deal closed. We bring Jared, but Steve, you and Jared and the General and Pete and Marco, you'll get that deal done easy. I think that'll be easy. But first we have to get Russia done. We got to get that one done. If you don't mind, Steve, let's focus on Russia first, all right? We'll get it done. In Lebanon, the dagger of Hezbollah, long aimed at Israel's throat, has been totally shattered. My administration is actively supporting the new president of Lebanon in his mission to permanently disarm Hezbollah's terror brigades. He's doing very well. And build a thriving state at peace with its neighbors. And you're very much in favor of that, I know. And it's good things are happening there, really good things. And with this week's ceasefire, we've achieved the most challenging breakthrough of them all, the most challenging breakthrough maybe ever. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. I've been involved in a lot of success. I have never seen anything like what's going on today all over the world. People are dancing in the streets, not just in Israel. They're dancing in the streets of countries that would have never danced in the street about what's happening today. They're dancing in those streets. So this long and difficult war has now ended. You know, some people say 3,000 years, some people say 500 years, whatever it is. It's the granddaddy of them all. And in an unprecedented achievement, virtually the entire region has endorsed the plan that Gaza will be immediately demilitarized, that Hamas will be disarmed, and Israel's security will no longer be threatened in any way, shape, or form. So Israel, with our help, has won all that they can by force of arms. You've won. I mean, you've won. Now it's time to translate these victories against terrorists on the battlefield into the ultimate prize of peace and prosperity for the entire Middle East. It's about time you were able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Mr. Opposition Leader. I said he's a very nice opposition leader. I think... No, he's a nice man. Bibi, he's a nice man. He knows what he's doing, right? No, he's a very nice guy. Well, see, now you can be a little bit nicer, Bibi, because you're not at war anymore, Bibi. But only by embracing the opportunities of this moment can we achieve our goal of ensuring that the horrors of recent years will never happen again. You don't want to have to go through this again. 8 years ago, I came to this region on a very special first trip abroad as the President of the United States. I came here very early at your request. I addressed the leaders of the Arab and Muslim world gathered in Saudi Arabia and said that it was time to build a future free of the grip of extremism and terror. And interestingly, right now, as soon as I'm finished, I'm quite late. You've kept me quite late between opposition leaders and Bibi's brilliant but very long speech. I thought I was going to run up here, make a speech, and then head to Egypt. It didn't work out, though. And you made a pretty long one, too, sir. But I liked what you all said. It could be worse. Supposing on top of it, I didn't like what you said. That would be no good, Ron, would it? Ron, you did a great job, by the way, Ron. So I'm going to be meeting, actually, in a little while, I'm going to be meeting with the most powerful, the richest nations, really, in the world. Although now, with the tariffs, the United States is by far the richest nation in the world, as you probably have been reading. But the richest nations, most powerful nations, you know, tremendous, headed by some tremendous people in many cases. Some cases I wouldn't say necessarily I would endorse. But I will tell you, some incredible people that really helped us make this all possible. So I'll be going there. I'll be quite late. They might not be there by the time I get there. But we're going to give it a shot. But the journey we started back then led to the crushing defeat of the ISIS caliphate, to the monumental Abraham Accords, and ultimately to the historic ceasefire this week, in which many of those same nations really played a very pivotal role, I have to tell you. Steve will tell you that. Jared will tell you that. Together, we've shown that peace is not just a hope that we can dream about. It's a reality we can build upon day by day, person by person, and nation by nation. And because of that, the Middle East is finally ready to embrace its extraordinary potential. You have extraordinary potential in this region. It should now be clear to everyone throughout the region that decades of fomenting terrorism and extremism, jihadism and anti-Semitism have not worked. They haven't worked. They've been a disaster. They've just killed. They've killed. They've backfired completely and totally. They've just totally backfired. Everything that you thought, take it, worst case, it's turned out to be worse than that. They have not worked. From Gaza to Iran, those bitter hatreds have delivered nothing but misery, suffering, failure, and death. They've served not to weaken Israel, but to annihilate the very forces that did the most to foment this hatred. And it's really, I mean, everybody that's tried it has become irrelevant. Meanwhile, we've seen those nations that set aside their differences, reached across ancient divides, and pursued engagement are now among the most successful in the region. They're getting along with Israel, and they're doing great. And I can tell you the 4 nations that joined the Abraham Accords early on, and you'd all be doing me a favor, and I'm going to be saying this in a little while to some other friends, would love you all to, is this right, Jared? Join up in the Abraham Accords. We have to join up and get together. You can have that whole thing filled out. We had a very weak administration, worst president in the history of our country by far. And Barack Obama was not far behind, by the way. And they did nothing with this incredible document, the Abraham Accords, but now you can fill them up. Now you have peace, you have people that really like Israel. I'll tell you what, and they like Israel a lot more today than they did even 5 weeks ago. You've made a lot of, you've come back. You've come back strong, because it was getting to be a little nasty out there in the world, and ultimately the world wins. You can't beat the world always. I would say to Bibi, it's now time. And he understood it better than anybody, because ultimately, you know, the world's a very big place. And I've said a lot. I said, this piece of land is very small. It's unbelievable what you've done with that tiny, you look at a map even of just not the world, the Middle East, and you have this little dot. And think of what you've done. It's incredible. It's incredible. But the world is loving Israel again. And I said to Bibi, you know, the world is big and it's strong. And Ron, ultimately, the world wins. And we don't have to worry about that now. But there was getting to be a period of time over the last few months, you know, the world wanted peace and Israel wanted peace. Everybody did. Everybody did. And what a victory it's been, right? What a victory it's been. If you would have gone on for 3, 4 more years, keep fighting, it was getting bad. It was getting heated. The timing of this is brilliant. And I said, Bibi, you're going to be remembered for this far more than if you kept this thing going, kill. It would be it would not be the same. And I just want to congratulate you for having the courage to say, that's it, we've won. And now let's enjoy our lives and let's rebuild Israel and make it stronger and bigger and better than it's ever been before. We're going to do that. Took a lot of guts. And the choice for Palestinians could not be more clear. This is their chance to turn forever from the path of terror and violence. It's been extreme, to exile the wicked forces of hate that are in their midst, and I think that's going to happen. I've met some people over the last couple of months that want to see it happen very much, and after tremendous pain and death and hardship, now is the time to concentrate on building their people up instead of trying to tear Israel down. We don't want that to happen again. And the total focus of Gazans must be on restoring the fundamentals of stability, safety, dignity, and economic development so they can finally have the better life that their children really do deserve after all these decades of horror. I intend to be a partner in this effort in the sense that we're going to help and we're going to do something that became unbelievably popular. Everybody wants to be on it. It's called the Board of Peace, okay? How about that? Is that a beautiful name? Like a board of peace. The only bad thing from my standpoint, every single nation involved has asked me to be the chair, and I'll tell you, I'm very busy. I didn't count on that, but you know what? If we do it, we'll do it right, and we have unbelievable power and wealth, because you're going to need wealth. You're going to need wealth to rebuild things, and they have wealth like few people have wealth. I want to thank the Arab and Muslim nations for their commitment that they've made to support a safe rebuilding of Gaza and beyond. I have many Arab countries, very wealthy countries, that came up and said, we'll put up tremendous amounts of money to get rebuild Gaza, and I think that's going to happen. The power, they want dignity, they want to come forward, and they want to say, and I want to say who they are, because what they're doing is going to be, I think, something that you're going to be very impressed with, Bibi, and you need that. You need the kind of economic power that they have, and they want to see it work, and they want to see it be safe, and they want to see it be good for Israel, too. And as much money as it will be, and it's a lot, as you can see, it's a lot. For these countries, it's relatively little relative to their worth. It's really a lot of money like most people could never even conceive, but for these countries, it's not that much, especially because it ensures success and stability in the Middle East, which is what they want to see. So many of them will be with us in Egypt in a little while, I think. I'm not sure. They may be gone. They may have taken their Boeing 747s and left. I said, what kind of a plane do you fly? 747. I said, that's a large plane. No, they may have. Steve, do you think they've left on their their brand new Boeing 747s? Or, I don't know. We're going to find out soon. It's going to be a big story. There'll be 2 people left. And they'll be the 2 poorest ones. But it will be the wealthiest and most powerful group of nations. So the group that we have assembled, that's waiting for us, is the wealthiest and most powerful group ever assembled at one time. There has never been a group like this. And they're only looking for good. They want good. They're going to do good. And as those commitments are made, I'm going to let the world know who's doing it, because they really deserve to get the credit. And some of them probably won't want the credit, but they deserve it. It's more obvious than ever that the productive and responsible nations of this region should not be enemies or adversaries. You should be partners and eventually even friends, and that's what's going to happen. I know it. Together you can stand against the forces of chaos. Yeah, you go ahead. That's an important point. Because you can stand against the forces of chaos that threaten all of your interests, and it's always a big threat, and unleash incredible prosperity and opportunity for all the people of these lands, and that's what's going to happen. You're going to unleash numbers and success, the likes of which Israel has never been able to think of, because you're so firm, and you should be, and you've done the right thing in defending yourself. You're not going to have to worry so much about it. You've won, and now you can build, and you can do things that you never even thought possible. When you put that genius into doing something else, it's going to be something it's going to be a miracle. The miracle in the desert, it's going to be amazing. And it already is in a true sense. But it'll be wonderful when you can spend time thinking about other than war and defense and offense also. To that end, it's my firm hope and dream, frankly, that together the Abraham Accords will turn out to be everything that we thought they would. Those 4 countries were very, very brave in doing it. They did it at a very early point, and every single one of them benefits unbelievably financially. And if you noticed, even in this bad period that we just went through, they all remained a member of the Abraham Accords. They've done unbelievably well. And you know who you are, and I want to thank you. And they've stayed because of loyalty, but they've also stayed because it was really good business. They've made a lot of money being members, and you're going to all, I hope that every one of the countries that we're seeking, Jared, I hope they join quickly. No games, no nothing. Just join, get it. It's going to be a great peacemaker. It's really going to bring it together beyond anybody's wildest dream. So instead of building fortresses to keep enemies at bay, the nations of this region should be building infrastructure to weave your commerce closer together, because you've got to compete with the big world out there in commerce now. It's a different kind of competition. Instead of making weapons and missiles, the wealth of this region should flow to schools and medicine, industry, and, frankly, the new hot thing, artificial intelligence. It's a lot of intelligence they're going to have to be thrown off to pay back these sums of money that they're doing. But that's really the hot one. And I might say that the United States, a year ago, was a dead country. I say it to people. I heard it first from the King of Saudi Arabia. I then heard it from UAE. I heard it from Qatar. I heard it from many other countries. A year ago, the United States of America was a dead country. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. It is the hottest. There's no question about it. In fact, if you go back a year ago, before the election, although once we had November 5th, we became hot because people got it. I would say November 5th was the time that we became really hot. But once you go back a couple of years, if I were in charge and the country was doing what they would, nobody was going to ask me to speak. Nobody asked Joe Biden to come up and speak, I guarantee you that. And if they did, he would have turned them down, I promise you. He didn't speak. He didn't speak, and he didn't speak well. But all of the countries in the Middle East, could have, what we're doing now, it could have happened a long time ago, but it was strangled and set back almost irretrievably by the administrations of Barack Obama and then Joe Biden. It was, there was a hatred toward Israel. There was an absolute hatred. The setbacks really started when President Obama signed the Iran nuclear deal. This was a disaster for Israel, and it was a disaster for everyone. And I remember that Bibi Netanyahu came to the United States and worked so hard to try and get Obama not to do that deal. He worked so hard. But it was like talking to a wall. I remember him telling me it was like talking to a wall. They wanted to go with Iran. They chose Iran, frankly, over a lot of other good nations, but specifically Israel. And that was the beginning of a very bad period of time. You had Obama go out, and the Iran nuclear deal turned out to be a disaster. And by the way, I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, and I was very proud to do it. Yet even to Iran, whose regime has inflicted so much death on the Middle East, the hand of friendship and cooperation is open. I'm telling you, they want to make a deal. That's all I do in my life. I make deals. I'm good at it. I've always been good at it. And I know when they want. Even if they said, we don't want to make a deal, I can tell you they want to make a deal. All right, they do. They want to make a deal, and we're going to see if we can do something, because this is crazy what's happening, and we're not going to have this anymore. Neither the United States nor Israel bear the people of Iran any hostility. We merely want to live in peace. We don't want any looming threats over our heads, and we don't want to even think in terms of nuclear destruction. It's not going to happen, never will happen. There's nothing that would do more good for this part of the world than for Iran's leaders to renounce terror, stop threatening their neighbors, quit funding their militant proxies, and finally recognize Israel's right to existence. They have to do that. They have to do that. And to Iran, and as you know, this is not said out of weakness. There's no weakness. But I'm going to say this, that we are ready when you are, and it will be the best decision that Iran has ever made. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And they're good people. I know a lot of Iranians in the United States. They're good people, smart, hardworking people. They don't want to see what's happened to their country. The story of fierce Israeli resolve and triumph since October 7th should be proof to the entire world that those who seek to destroy this nation are doomed to bitter failure. The state of Israel is strong, and it will live and thrive forever. And that is why Israel will always remain a vital ally of the United States of America. Israelis share our values, field one of the world's most powerful militaries. You really do. You have an amazing, what a job you've done. And have one of the most innovative economies on earth. Those are just a few of the reasons why I'm proud to be the best friend that Israel has ever had. And they all say it in the White House. They all say it. I guess it's true because everybody says it, baby. You said it today. Thank you. But as president, I terminated the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, and ultimately I terminated Iran's nuclear program with things called B-2 bombers. It was swift, and it was accurate, and it was a military beauty. I authorized the spending of billions of dollars, which went to Israel's defense, as you know. And after years of broken promises from many other American presidents, you know that, they kept promising. I never understood it until I got there. There was a lot of pressure put on these presidents. It was put on me too, but I didn't yield to the pressure. But every president for decades said, we're going to do it. The difference is I kept my promise and officially recognized the capital of Israel and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. Isn't that right, Miriam? Look at Miriam. She's back there. Stand up, Miriam. Stand up. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. They'd call me. He'd call me. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I can think of. Look at her sitting there so innocently. She's got $60 billion in the bank. $60 billion. And I think she's saying no more. And she loves Israel, but she loves it, and they would come in, and her husband was a very aggressive man, but I loved him. He was a very aggressive, very supportive of me. And he'd call up, can I come over and see you? I say, Sheldon, I'm the president of the United States. It doesn't work that way. He'd come in, we would do. But they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights, which is probably one of the greatest things to ever happen to Israel. Miriam, stand up, please. She really is. I mean, she loves this country. She loves this country. Her and her husband are so incredible. We miss him so dearly. But I actually asked her, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once, I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel. I must say. We love you. Thank you, darling, for being here. That's a great honor. Great honor. She's a wonderful woman. She is a great woman. I've always stood for the people of this community, and I always will. I'll always be with you. I'm always going to be with you. I guess maybe something could happen to change my mind. Somebody that's really stupid gets into office and wants to do really bad things, but that's about it. And we don't think we're going to have that happen. I hope we're not going to have that happen. And this man is a good man right here. These two men are good men right here. Hey, I have an idea. Mr. President, why don't you give him a pardon? Give him a pardon. Come on. By the way, that was not in the speech, as you probably know. But I happen to like this gentleman right over here, and it just seems to make so much sense. You know, whether we like it or not, this has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. This has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. And cigars and champagne, who the hell cares about that? All right, enough controversy for the day, right? Actually, I don't think it's very controversial. So, you know, I mean, I see so popular. You are a very popular man. You know why? Because you know how to win. Over the past 2 years, I've met many of the families of the Israelis taken hostage and those that were taken hostage. Unbelievable. I've looked into their eyes. I've seen the worst nightmares of their suffering. But I've also seen something else, the beautiful love of the people, the love of people, frankly, that hold things together, the love that gives you the courage to carry on through thousands of years of persecution and repression and to emerge with the heart of David. It's the heart of David. It's that love that's defeated the enemies of civilization, built this incredible country and this unbelievable economy, and forged one of the great democracies of the world. That is why it's a true honor to stand here today and address this assembly in your ancient and eternal now capital, Jerusalem. I'm proud to have helped in that regard. This city and this nation stand as living proof that a much brighter future for this entire region is truly within our grasp. For thousands of years, Jerusalem has been a home to Christians, Jews, Muslims, and people of all ethnicities and creeds. This is the holy center of the world's three great Abrahamic faiths. I like that too. Adorned, it's the first time I've seen that word in a while. Adorned with their sacred sites and alive with their pilgrims and visitors from every corner of the globe. But here between the Western Wall, the Temple Mount, and the hill called Calvary, people of every faith and background live, work, pray, serve, and raise their families side by side, and they do it with love. This example is just one of the modern miracles that Israel has given to the world. And just in closing, the leaders in this chamber know better than anyone else the challenges of this harmony, and it's been easily won. No, it hasn't. It has not been. It's been so tough, but it has been, some say, a miracle. What you've done is a miracle. Look at your size. Look at your chances when it all started. And you know, if you think about it, you are safer today, stronger today, and more respected today than at any time in the history of Israel. Think of it. People used to say it wouldn't exist. They don't say that anymore, do they? Yet if safety, security, and coexistence can thrive here in the winding alleys and ancient paths of Jerusalem, then surely peace and respect can flourish among the nations of the broader Middle East. The God who once dwelled among his people in this city still calls us, in the words of Scripture, the turn from evil and do good, to seek peace and pursue it. So he still whispers truth into the hills and knolls and valleys of his magnificent creation, and he still writes hope into the hearts of his children all over the world. And that is why even after 3,000 years of pain and conflict, the people of Israel have never given up from the threats of Zionism, from all sorts of threats. You want the promise of Zion. You want the promise of success and hope and love and God. And the people of America have never lost faith in the promise of a great and blessed future for all of us. From the very first day that modern Israel was founded, we have stood together through thick and thin of setbacks, and through victory and defeat, through glory and heartache. We have built industries together. We have made discoveries together. We have confronted evil together, and we have waged war together. And perhaps most beautifully of all, we have made peace together. And this week, against all odds, we have done the impossible and brought our hostages home. So now we're going to forge a future that is worthy of our heritage. We're going to build a legacy that all the people of this region can be proud of. New bonds of friendship, cooperation, and commerce will join Tel Aviv to Dubai, Haifa to Beirut, Jerusalem to Damascus, and from Israel to Egypt, from Saudi Arabia to Qatar, from India to Pakistan, from Indonesia to Iraq, from Syria to Bahrain, Turkey to Jordan, the United Arab Emirates to Oman, and Armenia to Azerbaijan, another war that I just settled. We are going to have hope, harmony, opportunity, and happiness here in the spiritual and geographic center of the entire world. That's what you are. Israel, America, and all of the nations of the Middle East will soon be safer, stronger, greater, and more prosperous than ever before. And I want to thank you all once again for this exceptional honor. This has been truly an honor. It's seldom that a president is invited to do this. And I love Israel. I'm with you all the way. You will be bigger, better, stronger, and more loving than ever before. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the Middle East. Thank you, everybody. Good luck. Thank you very much. Thank you.
אני מודה לנשיא ארצות הברית של אמריקה על דבריו. חברות וחברי הכנסת, תם סדר היום. הישיבה הבאה תתקיים ביום שני, כ"ח בתשרי התשפ"ו.
ابو حسن ابو حسن انت مبسوط مبسوط يا ابو حسن ما راح اقول كده كله يا زلمه شكرا يا خالد شكرا الف شكرا الف شكرا حافلات يا شادر يا الله يا الله عم اهلا ابو ساجد عم اهلا ابو ساجد ابو ساجد يا تردد الخبر كلها لا بعدين خط الكاميرات ارميها هنا لا يا عمر لا يا عمر ابو ساجد اقعد يا ابو ساجد عمر يا ولدي علي. يا ابو ساجد ادبك يا ابو ساجد يا ابو ساجد طالع في كاميرتي يا ابو ساجد اقف عند كاميرتك يا ابو ساجد يا الله يا الله بتصير يا بتصير ماشي ماشي يا ابو ساجد ماشي يا عم اقعد يا ابو ساجد، ابو ساجد بدي الف على الكاميرا. يا ابو حسن، ابو حسن يا عمي والله ما انت صح. يلا طول عمرك غلط، طول عمرك غلط. اقعد يا ابو ساجد، اقعد بدي الف ثاني يا ابو ساجد.
يستقبلهم الآن الفلسطينيون بكل حد وصوت جاءوا للمشاركة في هذه المراسم. حقيقة ضغط هائل يعني على عمل القوات الطبية في هذه اللحظات التي تسعى لإجراء الفحوصات الطبية. قاتلا، لكن اهل غزه كما كانوا على الدوام كانوا اكثر قوه واراده وتحديا لاسرائيل بعدوانها وقتلها ومطلب انها يمكن ان تكسر اراده هذا الشعب الذي يخرج اليوم عن ذكرى ابيه ليروي الحكايه من جديد. اذا الاصل
عمالك يا علي، عمالك. بالراحه يا جماعه. أبو جمال سامي ايوه عنده خش الزوم هيا طلع بعيط هذا منظر والله حلو.
תביאו לי מהר.
Thank you. המפכ"ל, תסתכלו לפה. דני, תסתכלו לפה.
You gotta stay away from the car.
לא לגעת באחד. We need to move where all the other photographers are now.
שר יעבור לנוח, מות נוח. שר יעבור לדום, מסדר דום.
جواد البيض بعد الله. يلا خذها خذها. إيه 37 بصرة اليوم. الناس الابيض قاعد
بس طلع وهي رجع نحفر. هرب نص. يا ابو الشباب ابعد ابعد.
توصل معي تغير كنت بطارية معي.
ביבי זה אביתר. רבי נתן.
תודה רבה רבה. אנא, חצו בזהירות את הכביש של הילדים, אתם הרבה.
גם פה היה וואו, אחי. פה היה וואו, וואו. לא יודע איך לעמוד. זכרתי מעט שיש לי מפה ספוט, ובאמת זה ספוט טוב, אבל...
ותודה רבה ענקית לאלעד זוהר שלנו.
פה ענקית.
אתם מכירים אותו בערוץ 13. כן, הוא בא לפה. תודה רבה ענקית. כן, עליך. תודה.
יש. יופי.
תעשה לנו רגע תמונה, רואים אבל את הסולם.
תודה. נכון. כן, נכון.
בתמונה. רואים את הסולם גם ואת הגגון?
מה?
כיסא שלי.
הייתי אצל אבא של אביתר. כן. נכון. איזה כיף. טוב, אז אני אחכה לביבי, שכנראה לא נוכל לצלם אותו. ביבי בא. אני לא יודע מה זה יהיה, אבל זה יהיה משהו שאנחנו כנראה לא נצליח לראות. זה יהיה כזה שושואיסטי. זהו, זה כן. סיימנו פה את הלייב. אז... לא לרדת, אוקיי. כי אני רוצה להיכנס פנימה, כאילו, בפנים יש את ה...
Yeah, with the flag. No, the flag. Yeah. On the back. It's a good one. מי מדבר על זה?
דיר, תעשה סיכום, אחי.
זהו, לא, השאלה אם אני נוסע עכשיו לסוף לבית חולים לילדים. אני משאיר כאן את סיוון, סיוון השנייה צריכה להגיע אליי, ואז אני אפתר לך לעמדה שלנו. סבבה? מי מנהל את האירוע? נעלמה, מי מנהל את האירוע? אין לי אנשים שמנהלים את האירוע איתי, אין. זרקתי מסתדר.
يعني قبل دقيقتين من الآن هبطت الطائرة الأخيرة على ما يبدو التي تقل المختطفين الأحياء من رعيم كما ذكرت. الآن تسمع في الخلفية أصوات الناس هنا التي يعني هي تبتهج وتفرح لوصول المختطفين وتقوم بإلقاء التحية عليهم بعد أن هبطت طائرتهم التي لا يمكنكم أن ترونها من خلفي وبعدها تظل الحافلات
כל מה שיש לנו זה כרגע לנסוע
قد وصلوا إلى قد حلقوا عبر الطائرات إلى المستشفيات وعمليا قد وصلوا إلى المستشفيات. نحن نتحدث يعني سوف أخذ مصور لربما
לא, יש שתי נקודות. אחד, בית חולים ילדים, ואחד,
לשם. לא לבית חולים, לשם.
לא, מה ייתן לך עוד?
חבר'ה הביתה, די, מספיק, די. הרגתם אותנו. יש ערב חג עוד, מספיק, אני צריך להגיע הביתה, להתקלח, להתלבש.
יש חג, יש חג.
אנשים פה שומרים חג. נעשה חג.
יש לך קשר עם ה...
אין, אנחנו לא עובד.
לא, לא, לא.
חבר'ה, לתת לעבור.
בואו נגיד לכולם.
El canaco.
عموما بعد اكثر من عامين من الحرب ومن غياب
מה קורה?
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service.
put it out before it starts. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you want to take a couple of questions? I don't get it. Do you want to have a couple of questions? Because we're having an amazing period of time, like I think nobody's seen before. And we had tremendous stop, as you know, in Israel, and now we're in a country where a friend of mine is a very powerful leader, and my friend is right here, the president, also the general, you know. Sometimes usually I call him the general because he's both, and he's good at both. And they've done a fantastic job. And they have very little crime, you know, because they don't play games, that's why. They don't play games like we do in the United States with governors that have no idea what they're doing. But they don't have crime. I ask about crime and they almost don't even know what I'm talking about. So it's a great tribute to this man. He's done a fantastic job in bringing this country together, and the United States is with him all the way. Thank you. Okay, all the way, and it's an honor to be with you.
Sir, what will Egypt's role play in the peace process here?
He played a very important role, and they had a very important role with Hamás. In fact, the general was right here, was very instrumental because Hamás respects this country and they respect the leadership of Egypt. So he played a very important role. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Thank you.
President Trump, in Israel just now, you were talking about a possible Iran peace deal. You said, we are ready when you are. Yeah. Is that the ultimate goal with today's signing, to get enough?
Not Iran, but I think Iran will come along. They've been battered and bruised, and you know they need some help. They have big sanctions, as you know, tremendous sanctions. I'd love to take the sanctions off when they're ready to talk. But they can't really survive with those sanctions. Those sanctions are very tough. But at some point they're going to say, we want the sanctions off. We're going to end up with peace. I think Iran is going to be fine. I know so many Iranian people. They're great people. They're smart, great people. Engineers, lawyers, I mean, they're academics. But they took a big hit. And frankly, if we didn't hit them with the nuclear, I don't think you would have been able to have this incredible, this deal, this once-in-a-lifetime deal. Nobody's ever seen anything like what's happening today. And countries have all come together, all different countries. Some liked each other, some didn't, most didn't. And they've all come together. Every country has come together. And by the way, Iran did put out a statement, you know, that they support this deal very wholeheartedly. So that was in itself something. But no, I think they want to, that's all I do in my life. I make deals. And they want to make a deal.
Now that the living hostages have been returned, can you please tell us what the next steps are?
Well, they're going and looking for bodies. It's a pretty gruesome task. And they know where numerous are, as you know. I guess 5 or 6 are in yet now. But they're looking for bodies. They know the areas, and they search parties out, and they're doing it in conjunction with Israel. And they're going to be finding quite a few of them.
President Trump, can you tell us when phase 2 of the negotiations will begin?
Well, it started. I mean, it started as far as we're concerned. Phase 2 has started. And, you know, the phases are all a little bit mixed in with each other. They're going to start cleaning up. You look at Gaza, and it needs a lot of cleanup. That's why when I talked in my speech, I talked about the debris. I used the word debris. That's debris times 10. So, but they're gonna really do a job. They have a lot of power. In another room, you have the wealthiest, some of the wealthiest nations in the world. All leaders, the big leaders are here, the emirs and the kings and everybody, and it's a very interesting group. I guess we have like 35 countries, and that's only because they were the 35 that we invited. Everybody that we invited came. So there's a lot of respect. And I think you'll see some tremendous progress, both in the Middle East. This country is doing very well. It has good leadership. It's about leadership. And it's really nice when you say, how is your crime situation? And they don't even know what you're talking about. What do you mean crime? We don't have crime. Because if he has crime, he puts it out very quickly. Some people think that's not nice, but I think it's great. Because people don't want to be mugged and smashed, and they don't want to be stupid people. They have a place that is doing very well. We're very proud of him, because we knew each other from the beginning. The first time I met, it was in a hotel, and I was going to meet him, and then Hillary Clinton was following me. Remember? Hillary Clinton. And he liked me so much, he never even got to see Hillary. He saw her for about 2 seconds. But he didn't really want to waste a lot of time. He knew what was going to happen. But that was the first time we met, and we had a very good chemistry together. And it continues till today. So I want to thank you all very much. I appreciate the way you covered this really momentous, I've never seen anything like it. The level of love, the level of respect for what it is, and it's, you know, it's peace in the Middle East, and everybody said it's not possible to do. And it's going to happen, and it is happening as before your very eyes. And that's why it's become so fascinating. Marco, do you have anything to say?
Egypt's been a phenomenal participant. I think both Steve and Jared will tell you the critical role they played, and they can tell you themselves. They hosted the talks here, and they're going to play a very important role now in the follow-up, the implementation of this, which is really, it's not simply about restoring Gaza, it is about transforming the region. So we have an incredible partner, a long alliance, very capable partner here, and a tremendous collection of leaders. This is clearly, in my mind, I think in the mind of everyone in this room, probably one of the most important days for world peace in 50 years. That's not an exaggeration.
Only 50?
Maybe 100. Certainly since the end of World War II, Mr. President.
Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner, I'm curious, you played such an important role in the tactical negotiations here. What will your role be going forward as a lot more has to be brought to the table here?
Oh, the minute we had inked the deal, Jared and I were already working on the implementation side of the deal. So we're dug in. We'll be here quite a bit. That's at the direction of the president. That's probably going to be one of the most important phases here. Jared is remarkable to work with. I talk about it all the time. And of course, we both love working for the president. So it's feels like a very honorable job.
Mr. President, would you like to say something with the interpreter?
Yes. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أنا أرحب بفخامة الرئيس. وأنا سعيد وكل شرف بوجودك في مصر. في شرم الشيخ مدينة السلام. يسمح لي فخامة الرئيس أن أنا اسمي واسم كل المصريين ويمكن حتى وكل محب السلام أوجه لك التحية الأخيرة والاحترام على تحية هذا الإنجاز الرائع والعظيم.
Well, first of all, Your Excellency, I welcome you to Egypt. It's a great pleasure and an honor to have you with us here in the city of peace, Sharm el-Sheikh. Allow me also to extend, on behalf of all Egyptians and peace lovers around the world, salute, the appreciation, and the respect for this unprecedented and momentous accomplishment by your hands.
أنا كنت متأكد فخامة الرئيس أنك الوحيد القادر على تحقيق هذا الإنجاز وإنهاء.
I've been very confident that Your Excellency is the only one who's capable of bringing this about and bringing an end to this war.
وأنا في خلال اتصالي بفخامة الرئيس ذكرت له ذلك بدقة. قلت له فخامة الرئيس أنت وحدك القادر على تحقيق السلام في منطقتنا.
I even said that very precisely during my communication with Your Excellency, that you are the only one who is able to bring about peace and to achieve peace in this part.
بشكرك فخامة الرئيس.
I thank you, Mr. President.
ولكن عايزين نستكمل نثبت وقف إطلاق النار ونطلق الصراحة كل الرهائن وحتى يعني للأسف الجثث المتبقية في أسرع وقت عشان تسلم إلى ذويهم في إسرائيل ثم إدخال المساعدات ونستكمل باقي المراحل.
And what we need to do now is to fixate the ceasefire, make sure that it maintains and sustains, that we can deliver all of the remaining, the bodies of the deceased. to the families, and this is very important, to bring in more humanitarian assistance into the strip, and working very closely on following up the rest of the steps that should be taken to make this successful.
Mr. President, you did very great. Thank you.
That's very nice. Thank you.
He's a good man. Thank you. He's a good man. We're with him all the way.
Will he be on the Board of Peace, sir?
I'd like to have him on the board. I'd like to. We may need an interpreter, but that's okay.
As long as the President, His Excellency,
You can't do better.
the Board of Peace, I'll be there.
We've had many leaders want to be on the board, actually. The Board of Peace, it's taken on, Steve, I'd say a life of its own. Do you want to discuss that, what's happened?
I think we have a long list of applicants to be on that board.
Everybody wants to do it. That's very nice. That's better than the other way. Usually it's the other way. Nobody wants to be on the board. But it's really taken on, this whole thing has taken on a life that's very different. So it's been really a great honor. And you people have done a fantastic job, I want to tell you. We appreciate it very much. Rusty. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, thank you, guys. Go, Browns, go, thank you. Thank you,
Hold it 1 second.
أنا عايز دعم فخامة الرئيس ورعايته معانا في مؤتمر إعادة الأمن.
I just want and look forward to Your Excellency's support and your sponsorship with us in the conference for the reconstruction.
Thank you. 100%. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, Brad. You guys, let's go. Thanks, guys. Let's head out.
يعني انت دلوقتي مستني ترامب. بس برضه يعني هتعمل ايه؟ يعني هتعمل ايه دلوقتي؟ هتزود نفسك وخلاص.
Good. Monica, he's going to be on the first row. Monica.
Monica Bellucci.
My present.
الهنا عليه.
It's still peaceful. You don't want him as an enemy.
You know how tough this man is, but I like him. I like him.
سامحها العدة اللي معي العدة اللي معي كده الاثنين هو الاثنين زد 9 ألماني حبينا عليك تقريبا احنا بنستخدم رقم
So it's like 35 get fixed.
محمد مصطفى احنا في الصورة التذكارية ما تنسيش الراجع دلوقتي هو الفلاش ده ايه؟ الفلاش رابيدو؟ رابيدو مين هو؟ بولغاريا بولغاريا
There he is. Gave me a nice nomination.
Ha bu kadar. Evet, arkası bize de arkası. Typing de. Azerbaycan mı? Yes. Baku? Yes. Azerbaycan çok güzel. Çok güzel. Evet. Resimler gönderiyor musunuz? Hemen mi? Hemen. Ha. İnternet? Evet. Telefon interneti mi? Evet. Göstermek. سماحة هو رابط الكاميرا على النتورك وبيبعت الصور على طول كلها دايركت. لا نتورك. الحتة اللي احنا فتحناها في الكاميرا هو مركب على لين بس. Dört tane şekil atmış ama sen elimizde 2 tane görürsen neyse abi. Yukarıda da atmış abi. Tena cevap yazdı. Ha yok. Tamam. Daniel, is this the last one? Or
No. Egypt has to go, yeah? So he's the ambassador in Japan. 2 years. We should have the FIFA back too. This one is important.
كنا نبدأ من الأول تاني؟
لا هيوقفوا بقى يبدأوا يوقفوا الناس.
Hey, Florio. We can't see the people in the back row. We can't see the people in the back row. If they take a step down in the front, we can get them all.
هتنزل كل دول؟ ده بيطلب المستحيل. كلهم شبك في البتاع والله.
We just made a big deal today, so we'll smile. The biggest ever, right? Come back.
رجب جنبي هيوديني في داهية ما تزقنيش.
The press has treated us very well. Everybody likes us. The press is actually treated us well. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Daniel, happy Thanksgiving.
Okay, I'll go back to this side.
Yeah, there's not a single person. Yeah, when we were in here, like we were lying down before. We didn't do that. I just haven't. The rest of us came here. Tried to say too smart, and then it just like, you know how it goes. Yeah, I guess it's our turn.
İsmail abi. Celalettin abi geldi mi? Ne yapıyor? Ya dolaşıyorsa. İyi ya.
It looks like they're going to sign papers and documents.
Hello. You guys are good right over my head, right?
Yeah. I have no idea. My schedule has gone out the window.
Spending the night, Kevin? Did you get a room tonight?
Yeah, two.
Bring your night bag?
Yep. Everything is the first line is done. Okay?
No.
Why you know?
It's not
I am
happening.
official.
It's not happening. I don't care.
You don't care?
I don't.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Okay, ماشي هذاك.
I mean, I care about our picture.
لا لا لا
Hannah.
Hannah.
There we go. Trump's in, guys.
من فضلك هنا.
For the world. It's a tremendous day for the Middle East. And you can see that this is probably the greatest assemblage of countries in terms of wealth and power maybe ever assembled. And it's just an honor to be a part of it. We're going to be signing a document that's going to spell out a lot of rules and regulations and lots of other things. And it's very comprehensive, but we've already signed documents in the Middle East and having to do with Israel and Hamás and just about everything else. And it's really working out incredibly well. The hostages, as you know, were let go on time, on schedule. The very sad situation of bodies, which was always a sad situation, and they're being sought out, and they're working with many different people, finding some were brought in and some were not. And they're working out to find out where those bodies are. It's hard to believe that you even have to say something like that. It's so sad. It's so sad. But what's not sad is that we have finally, after, I guess they say 3,000 years, I've heard from 3,000 years to 500 years, but whatever it is, it's a lot. But this was the one, this was the granddaddy of them all. And frankly, I thought this was probably going to be the toughest, and maybe in many ways it was, but we had a lot of good talent. Steve Witkoff, Jared, and Marco, and Pete, and General Kane was so great. John Ratcliffe was incredible. We had an amazing array of talent, and we were helped by, in particular, the countries represented at this table. I will say, Tamim, you were fantastic, and your country is unbelievable, and I don't think they give you a fair shake. They talk about you as though you're not a nice person and you happen to be a nice person. You happen to live in a little tough neighborhood. You're surrounded by everybody. And without you, this wouldn't have happened. And I just want to thank you very much. That's Qatar. And thank you. He's a great gentleman, and he's an amazing leader. And another man who's been a friend of mine for a long time. I don't know what it is. I like the tough people better than I like the soft, easy ones. I don't know what the hell that is. It's a personality problem, I suspect. But this gentleman from a place called Turkey has one of the most powerful armies actually in the world. It's much more powerful than he even lets known. If you look at some of the recent conflicts, he was at the top of them, and he was winning them, and he did win them. And he doesn't want any credits. He doesn't want anything. He just wants to be left alone. He's a tough cookie, but he's been my friend. And every time I've ever needed him, he's been there for me. So I just want to thank President Erdogan, Turkey, great guy. When NATO has a problem with him, because he is difficult, they call me. They said, would you do me a favor? Could you speak to Erdogan? And I do, and he never fails us. Right, General? He never fails. He's amazing. So I just want to thank you for the friendship. It's great. Thank you very much. And then, of course, we have the host, tonight, and I just want to thank you very much. There was a reason we chose Egypt, because you were very helpful, and very, very helpful. Everybody wanted to have this, but we really thought it was appropriate, and you are a great leader. You have very little crime. You have problems that other countries don't have, and of course, nothing's perfect, but the job you do is amazing, and I want to thank you. Another one, he's been my friend right from the beginning, during the campaign against crooked Hillary Clinton. Have you heard of her? We were both downstairs waiting to go up to meet this gentleman who has a place called Egypt, the oldest civilization. They say 6,000 years. China's 5,000 years, but you're actually number one, 6,000 years. Can you believe it? But the oldest, they say, civilization. But so I went up to meet him first. We liked each other so much that she waited for about an hour and a half. And I think your meeting lasted about 2 minutes with her. So I always remembered that. But that was our first meeting. We had great chemistry together. And he's a fantastic man and a fantastic general, by the way. But he's a great, great president. And I want to thank Egypt and all of your representatives for treating us all so well. Thank you very much. So we're going to be signing, and we're really representative of a whole group of nations, and they're sitting behind us, and you know most of them. I can tell you this guy's got so much money. They all have so much money. There's more money and power sitting behind us. I love that they're behind us. They've never been sitting behind anybody before. This is a unique position for them, but they are seriously, they're among the most powerful countries in the world, the richest countries in the world, and there's never been really an assemblage like what we have today. I don't think, Tamim, I've never seen it anyway. And I want to thank everybody for being with us. Here's a man, I just solved the war for him, Azerbaijan. Right, did I do a good job? Where's your compatriot here? Where's Arias? You two guys are still getting along, right? They fought for 32 years. In about 1 hour, we settled it, right? And they like each other now, too. It's good. That's great. I think it's great. Well, I want to thank everybody for being here. We have Italy. She's a very strong ruler. She's doing a great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. There's so many. But we're actually going to be making a speech after this. So this is just a very important signing. But we're doing a signing, then we're doing a speech. And then I may stay behind with the leaders just to talk about that some things without the press, without the media. But I want to thank the media for you've been so respectful on this deal. You know the importance of the deal, and I really, it was so pleasant to watch. I was on the plane for quite a while listening to the various newscasts, and they were all fair. They were talking about how incredible this is. This is an incredible day for the world, let alone the Middle East. So I just wanted to thank the media. They really treated it with respect. I wish you could be like that on other things, but that's perhaps too much to ask for. But on this, tremendous, everybody feels the same. Just tremendous respect, and we appreciate it very much. Can we get the documents, please? Okay.
You will sign right here, Mr.
Okay.
President.
This took 3,000 years to get to this point. Can you believe it? And it's going to hold up, too. It's going to hold up. Okay, thank you. I can use my pen. Have a pen? Can you use mine? Okay. Okay. Okay. I think we're going to hold it up. And hold up the signature page, yeah. So we're going to go and I'm going to say a few words. We're giving a little speech, and then we're going to meet with the leaders after that and spend a little time together without the media. The media is invited to the speech. I just want to tell you the people behind me and some of the people in the room that are so helpful, but the people behind me are the greatest leaders, most powerful leaders, the richest leaders, frankly. Sometimes it's not politically correct to say that, but I'll say it, the richest in the world that the world has ever seen. And yet when you get to know them, I know every one of them, in their own way, and I can say in particular some, because that's the way life works, but some of the greatest people you'll ever meet, and people that really care for their countries. And why this happened is they all came together and they wanted to get Gaza straightened out. They wanted to get the whole thing straightened out. It got to a point where it was just crazy. And once they got together and once we started talking, it went really, Tamim, it went smoothly. It went so smoothly. You were such a big help, but it went so smoothly that nobody can even believe it, that we're sitting here and getting this all certified out and all done. And everybody's happy about it. Everybody's happy about it, like I've never seen before, actually. I've done other deals and people don't care as much. Big deals, I think they're big deals, but this is something that's taken off like a rocket ship. And it did from the beginning, and I've heard for years, this is the biggest deal, it'll never happen. For years, long before I ran for office, that this is the Middle East. It's the biggest, most complicated deal, and also it's the place that could lead to tremendous problems like World War III. They always talked about World War III would start in the Middle East, and that's not going to happen. We don't want it to start anywhere, actually, but it's not going to happen. So I just want to thank everybody, and I'll see you in a little while. And in particular, thank you all. Thank you, Tamim. Mr. General, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great job. Great job. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Okay.
From the dawn of civilization, Egypt
Yes, state of leaders, kindly join us at the stage. Please, state of leaders, kindly join us at the stage. Head of states, kindly join us at the stage. Please, all the head of states, kindly join us at the stage. Excuse me, head of states, kindly join us at the stage. All head of states, kindly join us at the stage. kindly all the leaders join us at the stage. Thank you.
just. What's your white belt? 46.
You won't be able to do it.
السيسي رئيس جمهورية مصر العربية His Excellency President عبد الفتاح السيسي the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt.
The name of God, the gracious,
أصحاب
the most
الجلالة
merciful,
والفخامة
Your
والسمو.
Excellence, Your
السلام
Majesties,
عليكم
Excellencies,
ورحمة الله
and Highnesses, peace be upon
أرحب
you and
بكم
God's
جميعاً
blessings. I
في
welcome
قمة
you
شرم
all
الشيخ
to Sharm
للسلام.
el-Sheikh Peace Summit.
في هذه اللحظة
At
في هذه اللحظة التاريخية
At this
الفارقة
historic
التي شهدنا
milestone
فيها
where
معاً
we all together
التوصل
have
لاتفاق
witnessed
شرم
the
الشيخ
reaching of Sharm el-Sheikh
لإنهاء
agreement
الحرب
on ending
في
war
غزة
in Gaza
وميلاد
and
بارقة
the
الأمل
birth of a glimpse of hope
فأن يغلق هذا
that
الاتفاق
such deal
صفحة
ends
أليمة
an
في تاريخ
agonizing
البشرية
chapter in the history of mankind
ويفتح الباب
and
لعهد
opens the
جديد
door, ushering
من
in a
السلام
new era
والاستقرار
of
في الشرق
peace and
الأوسط
stability in the Middle East.
ويمنح شعوب
The deal
المنطقة
offers
التي أنهكتها الصراعات غد أفضل
a better tomorrow to the
واليوم
conflict fatigue
نستقبل
that
القيادة
strained
الشجاعة
regional
المحبة للسلام
populations. And
والذي
now
ساهمت جهوده في إنهاء الصراع وتحقيق الأمن والتنمية في
we
منطقتنا
receive the valorous
بل وفي
peace
العالم
leaders
اسمحوا لي
that attained
أن
peace
أدعو
in the
فخامة
entire
الرئيس
world. Allow me
الأمريكي دونالد
to
ترامب
invite His
إلى الانضمام إلى
Excellency,
قادة
the
العالم
American
الداعين
President
إلى
Donald
السلام.
Trump, to join the peace lovers leaders. Leaders who advocate for peace in the world.
وأود أن أعرب عن
I would
تقديرنا
like
البالغ
to
لكم
express
وقيادتكم
our
الحكيمة لتلك
profound
المسيرة في ظل
appreciation
ظرف بالغ الدقة
to
كما انعكس
Your
في
Excellency
طرح خطتكم
at this critical
لإنهاء
circumstance
هذه الحرب
reflected in your
المأساوية
proposed plan for ending
والتي
this
خسرت معها
tragic
الإنسانية
war, a
الكثير.
war during which humanity
وأود أن
incurred
أشكر
significant
شركائنا
losses. I
في
would
الولايات
like
المتحدة
to thank
وتركيا
our
وقطر
partners in
على جهودهم
United
المخلصة
States, Turkey and Qatar
وأعيد
for
التأكيد
their
على
dedicated
دعمنا
efforts.
وتطلعنا
And I
لتنفيذ
reiterate
هذه
our
الخطة
support and
بما
aspiration to
يخلق
the
الأفق
execution of
السياسي
this
اللازم
plan, creating the essential
لتنفيذ حل
political
الدولتين
horizon for the
باعتباره السبيل
implementation of the
الوحيد
two-state
نحو
solution,
تحقيق
for
الطموح
it is the only
المشروع
pathway to the
للشعبين
fulfillment of the
الفلسطيني
legitimate ambition of both
والإسرائيلي
Palestinian
في
and
طي صفحة
Israeli
الصراع والعيش
peoples,
بأمان.
turning over the conflict page
لقد
and safely
أثبتتم
live.
فخامة الرئيس
Excellency President,
أن
you
القيادة
have
الحقيقية ليست في
demonstrated
شأن
that genuine
الحروب
leadership
وإنما
doesn't
في
mean
القدرة
war
على
waging,
إنهائها.
rather the ability
ونحن
to
على
bring it to a
ثقة
halt.
في
We
قيادتكم
trust
لتنفيذ
your
الاتفاق الحالي
leadership that is capable
وتنفيذ
to carry
خطتكم
out the current deal
بكافة
and to
مراحلها.
execute your
فخامة
entire
الرئيس،
staged plan. Excellency
فلتكن حرب غزة
President, let
آخر
Gaza
الحروب
war be the
في
last
الشرق
of wars
الأوسط.
in the Middle East.
أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة
Majesties,
والسمو،
Excellencies and Highnesses,
لقد دشنت مصر مسار
Egypt
السلام
launched
في
peace
الشرق
trajectory
الأوسط
in the Middle East
قبل ما يقارب نصف قرن
nearly half a century
وتحديداً
ago, specifically in November 1977.
عندما أقدم الرئيس
When
أنور
the late
السادات
President Anwar
رحمه الله
Sadat, may God
بخطى
shower him with
ثابتة
his
غير
mercy,
مسبوقة
took
في
unprecedented
تاريخ
steady
المنطقة
moves in the
وبادر
history of the
بزيارة
region and
تاريخية إلى
initiated
القدس.
the historic visit
ومنذ
to
تلك اللحظة
Jerusalem.
أطلقت
Since
مصر
that
عهدا
moment, Egypt
جديدا
has established a new
عهد
era,
الأجيال
granting
اللاحقة
posterities
فرصة
a
للحياة
chance for life,
وأثبت أن أمن
and
الشعوب
proved that
لا
people's
يتحقق
security
بالقوة
is
العسكرية
not
فقط
only realized by
واليوم
military force.
تعيد مصر
Today,
التأكيد
Egypt
ومع
along
شقيقاتها
with
العربية
its
والإسلامية
sisterly Arab and
على
Islamic
أن
states
السلام يظل
reiterate
خيارنا
that peace
الاستراتيجي
remains our
وأن
strategic
التجربة
option.
أثبتت على
Experience
مدار
showed
العقود
over the
الماضية
past
أن
decades
هذا الخيار
that this
لا
option
يمكن أن
cannot be
يتأسس
founded
إلا على العدالة
except through
والمساواة في
justice and
الحقوق.
equal rights.
من هذا المنطلق
Based on this,
وإذا كانت شعوب
and
المنطقة وما
if the
زالت
whole regional populations
تنعم
have always
جميعها
been
بحقها في
relishing the
دولها
right
الوطنية
to their
المستقلة
independent nations,
فإن الشعب
the
الفلسطيني ليس
Palestinian
استثناء
people is not an
هو أيضا
exception.
له حق
They too have the
فإن
right
يقرر مصيره
to self-determination
يتطلع
and
إلى
to
مستقبل
aspire for a
لا
future
يخيم عليه
where war
شبح الحرب.
doesn't loom over.
وحق في أن ينعم
Own the right
بالحرية
to enjoy
والعيش في
freedom
دولته
and to live
المستقلة
in their
دولة
independent state,
تعيش
a
جنبا إلى
state
جنب
that lives
مع
side by
إسرائيل
side with
في
Israel
سلام
in
وأمن
peace,
واعتراف
security and
متبادل.
mutual recognition.
إن السلام
Peace
لا تصنعه
is not
الحكومات
only
وحدها
crafted by governments
تبنيه
but
الشعوب.
also
حين
built
تتيقن
by peoples
أن
when
خصوم
they
الأمس
realize that
يمكن أن
yesterday's
يصبحوا
rivals could be
شركاء الغد.
tomorrow's partners.
وأنني إذا أغتنم
I
هذه
avail
المناسبة
this opportunity
لأتوجه بنداء إلى شعب
to
إسرائيل
appeal
وأقول
to the Israeli people.
فلنجعل
I
هذه
say,
اللحظة
let us
التاريخية
turn this historic
بداية
moment
جديدة
into a new
لحياة
beginning
تسودها
of
العدالة والتعايش
justice
السلمي.
and peaceful
دعونا
coexistence
نتطلع
prevalent life.
لمستقبل
Allow us to
أفضل
look forward
لأبناء
together
بلادنا
to a better future
معاً.
for the sons of our
مدوا أيديكم
nations.
لنتعاون في
Together,
تحقيق
stretch
السلام
out our
العادل
hands for our
والدائم
cooperation
لجميع شعوب
towards a
المنطقة.
just and durable peace for the entire
فخامة
regional
الرئيس ترامب،
populations. Excellency
علينا
President
أن
Trump,
نتوقف عند
let
مشاهد
us
الارتياح
pause
والسعادة
at the scenes of
التي عمت
overwhelming relief
سواء
and
في شوارع
happiness,
غزة
whether
أو
down the
الشارع
streets in
الإسرائيلي
Gaza or
أو في
in
العالم
Israel alike, or
على حد
in the
سواء
entire
عقب
world
التوصل
after reaching
لاتفاق إنهاء
the
الحرب.
war-ending agreement.
بفضل مبادرتكم
Thanks to your
الحكيمة.
wise
فهي
initiative,
دليل آخر
it is another
على أن الخيار
evidence to the
المشترك للشعوب
people's
هو السلام.
option
كما
is
نقدر لكم
peace. We
اهتمامكم
value
باستعادة
as
الحياة في
well
غزة
your interest in
وستعمل مصر
resuming life in Gaza.
مع الولايات
Egypt will
المتحدة
work with the United
وبالتنسيق
States
مع كافة
and in
الشركاء
coordination with
خلال
all
الأيام
partners
القادمة
during the
على
forthcoming
وضع
days
الأسس
to lay
المشتركة
down the common
للمضي
ground
قدما
for
في
proceeding
إعادة الإعمار
towards the strip
للقطاع دون
reconstruction
إبطاء.
without
ونعتزم في هذا
delay.
السياق
In this context,
استضافة
we are
مؤتمر
willing to
التعافي
host
المبكر
early recovery,
وإعادة الإعمار
reconstruction
والتنمية
and development
والذي
conference,
سيبنى على خطتكم
which
لإنهاء
will be
الحرب
based on your
في
plan
غزة
for ending the war in
وذلك
Gaza,
في
in order to provide livelihoods and to give hope to the Palestinians on their lands. Peace cannot be completed until hands are extended for rebuilding in the aftermath of devastation. Majesties, Excellencies, and Highnesses, we look ahead to a bright future to our region. as its cities are built on hope rather on burying the memories of its inhabitants under the rubble. We have a unique and historic opportunity at hand. It might be the last to come to a Middle East free from whatever menacing its stability and progress, a Middle East where its populations relish peace and decent existence within its secured borders and safeguarded rights, a Middle East that is invincible to terrorism and radicalization, a Middle East free from mass destructive weapons. This is the very new Middle East that Egypt envisions to be embedded in collaboration with regional and international partners. Today's agreement paves the way for that, and it should be cemented and implemented in all its stages, and to reach the implementation of the two-state solution, ensuring our joint vision, exemplifying coexistence among the regional populations, even exemplifying integration among all its states. Honorable attendees, before I conclude my speech, and in appreciation to President Donald Trump's efforts, I would like to declare before the August attendees Egypt's decree to decorate His Excellency with the Order of the Nile, the highest state honor among Egyptian decorations. It is awarded to heads of states and to those who render great services to humankind. Thank you all. Now I invite the honorable guest to deliver his speech. Excellency President Trump, kindly proceed. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, and that was a great honor. I appreciate it very much, Mr. President. Mr. General, Mr. President, great General, great President, thank you very much. This is the day that people across the region and around the world have been working, striving, hoping, and praying for. They have done things over the last month that I think were really unthinkable. Nobody thought this could happen. With the historic agreement, sadly to say, bodies. Together we've achieved what everybody said was impossible. At long last, we have peace in the Middle East, and it's a very simple expression, peace in the Middle East, and we've heard it for many years, but nobody thought it could ever get there, and now what everybody said was impossible. At long last, we have peace in the Middle East, and it's a very simple expression, peace in the Middle East, and we've heard it for many years, but nobody thought it could ever get there, and now we're there. I want to congratulate everybody sitting in these first few rows and standing behind me. I don't know why they chose to stand, but I promise I'll make it short, okay? We are not going to keep you standing for long. These are great leaders. After years of suffering and bloodshed, the war in Gaza is over. Humanitarian aid is now pouring in, including hundreds of truckloads of food, medical equipment, and other supplies, much of it paid for by people in this room. Civilians are returning to their homes. The hostages are reuniting. I mean, it's beautiful. I'm just watching it backstage. The level of love and sorrow, I've never seen anything like it. It's amazing when you see they haven't seen their mother, their father. They haven't seen them in such a long time, and they lived in a tunnel, a very little tunnel, very deep, and the level of love is just incredible. It's a beautiful thing to see. In one sense, it's so horrible that it could have taken place, but in another sense, it's so beautiful to see. A new and beautiful day is rising, and now the rebuilding begins. The rebuilding is maybe going to be the easiest part. I think we've done a lot of the hardest part, because the rest comes together. We all know how to rebuild, and we know how to build better than anybody in the world. I want to express my tremendous gratitude to the Arab and Muslim nations who helped make this incredible breakthrough possible. And you really did. To President El-Sisi of Egypt, who is so generously hosting us today. And I want to thank you for the outstanding job your country is doing in so many different ways, and for helping us so much with this peace agreement. I also want to thank the President for the escort of 6 fighter jets. So we looked out the window. We said, I hope they're friendly, and they turned out to be very friendly. But we had 3 on each side, and they are beauties right out of the great really American manufacturing hub. We make the greatest military equipment in the world. We have the strongest military in the world by far. And I knew exactly what those planes were, and I knew exactly how much you paid for those planes, too. You paid a lot, but you got a pretty good deal. And they are great planes, and we just appreciate it. That was quite an escort in. That was very impressive. But Air Force One was really, it was covered with Egyptian desert just a few months ago. If you think about it, just a few months ago it was Egyptian desert, and now it was just a few feet off our window. And it was a spectacular sight, and I appreciate it very much. Really, that was pretty good. You got our people by surprise. I don't know if they were thrilled right at the beginning, but they were thrilled as we sailed along very, very calmly and safely. And I'm deeply honored to receive from you, Egypt's highest state honor, the Order of the Nile. The Nile is so beautiful, so magnificent. It's such a beautiful title, the Order of the Nile. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Appreciate it. Great honor. I also want to give a very special thanks to the Emir of Qatar, a man who's outstanding. He's been a friend of mine for a long time, long before politics, and he's a fantastically respected man. His Highness Sheikh Tamim is respected by everybody. He's respected by everybody and in the most positive way, not only because of power, because of his heart. He's got a tremendous heart. And he's a great leader, and his country loves him. Thank you very much for being here. It's an honor. Let me also express our condolences to the Qataris on the tragic car crash that claimed the lives of your cherished diplomats, some of whom were known by our people, and they were supposed to be incredible people. So please extend our sorrow and best wishes. That was tough. That was really tough. On this extraordinary occasion, I also want to give our sincere thanks to President Erdogan of Turkey. He's always there when I need him. He's such a tough guy. He is tough as you can be, but we love him. And when they have a problem with you, they always call me to handle it. And usually I come through. We just have a good relationship, and we have from the beginning. And so I want to thank you very much and say hello to your wife, your beautiful wife. And it's great to be with you. Always there. When I need him, he's always there. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I also want to thank, I just spoke to him on the phone, His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed, Saudi Arabia, a special friend of mine. Boy, he's come so long and so far, and he's doing a fantastic job for his country. And I want to just thank him. And, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed of the United Arab Emirates is here. Where? He's here someplace. Well, he's not here, but he's here in spirit, I can tell you that. And he's been another one. He's been absolutely incredible, and we appreciate it very much. And His Majesty King Abdullah of Jordan, and thank you very much, King Abdullah of Jordan. He's here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And you really have been a great helper. We appreciate it. Appreciate it. Prime Minister Sharif of Pakistan, and also I have to say my favorite field marshal from Pakistan, who's not here, but the Prime Minister is here, and you're going to give his regards. Where are you? There you go. Thank you very much. Do you want to say what you said to me the other day? Come, would you like to say what you said the other day? I think it was so nice. Please.
Thank you very much, my dear President Trump, my dear brother President Fadil Sisi of Egypt, Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good evening. Well, I would say today is one of the greatest days in contemporary history, because peace has been achieved after untiring efforts. Efforts led by President Trump, who is genuinely a man of peace, who has relentlessly and untiringly worked throughout these months, day in and day out, to make this world a place to live with peace and prosperity. I would say that Pakistan had nominated President Donald Trump for Nobel Peace Prize for his outstanding, extraordinary contributions to first stop war between India and Pakistan and then achieve ceasefire along with his very wonderful team. And today, again, I would like to nominate this great president for Nobel Peace Prize because I genuinely feel that he is the most genuine and most wonderful candidate for Peace Prize because he has brought not only peace in South Asia, saved millions of people, their lives. And today, here in Sharm el-Sheikh, achieving peace in Gaza is saving millions of lives in the Middle East. Mr. President, I would like to salute you for your exemplary leadership, visionary leadership. And I think that you are the man this world needed most at this point in time. World would always remember you as a man who did everything, went out of the way to stop 7 and today 8 wars. I would like to thank my very dear brother, Sheikh Tamim. He's Akh al-Shaqiq, who has really worked very hard along with others to achieve peace in this region. My very dear brother, President Tayyip Erdogan, His Majesty, King Abdullah, and of course my very dear brother, Mohammed bin Zayed of UAE, and of course my very dear brother, Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. And he has also been very, very helpful and contributed very valuably in this wonderful peace process. Ladies and gentlemen, I wouldn't want to take more of your time. Suffice it to say, had it not been for this gentleman, not only, who knows, India and Pakistan are both nuclear powers. Had he not intervened along with his wonderful team, during those 4 days, the war could have escalated to a level. Who would have lived to tell what happened? And similarly, here in this part of the world, in the Middle East, Mr. President, your valuable contribution along with President Sisi, I think history will remember in golden words. I wouldn't say more, except God bless you, God give you long life to serve like this for all time to come. Thank you very much. Very kind.
Wow, I didn't expect that. Let's go home. There's nothing more I have to say. Goodbye, everybody. That was really beautiful and beautifully delivered. Wow, thank you very much. Also with us is President Prabowo, a very incredible man of Indonesia. President, come in. Great job. President Abbas of the Palestinian Authority. See, we have them all. We have them all. Good. Great. It's good to have you. and so many others. I have a list here. This first 3 rows and what's standing behind me, I don't know why they chose to stand, but that's there. They're going to be very famous tomorrow, all of them. We have the Arab League is represented by His Excellency, and thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much. We have Armenia, and Azerbaijan. That's a little war that we stopped. That's a little war. There they are. Look at them. They're sitting. When I met with them, it was in the Oval Office. They fought for like 31 years or some crazy number. And they had one sitting on that side of the Oval Office, one sitting. By the time we finished in 1 hour, they were both hugging each other. And now they're friends and they're getting along great. Look at it. So I want to thank you both. That's incredible. Really incredible. So you have Armenia and you have Bahrain, you have Canada. It's so great to have, in fact, the president called and he wanted to know if it's worthwhile. He knew exactly what it was. He knew the importance. Where's Canada, by the way? Where are you? Where are you? He knew the importance of this. He said, I want to be there. So many people have done that. They called. I mean, they heard about it. And these are not people that can do that very easily. They have pretty big schedules to put it in mind. The most powerful people. And I appreciate you being here very much, Mr. President. Fantastic. Fantastic. And Cyprus, Egypt, the European Union, it's a lot of countries. France, thank you very much, Emmanuel. I would imagine Emmanuel standing someplace behind me. Where is he? I can't believe it. You're taking a low-key approach today. He's my friend. That's great. Good job. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Germany, the new Chancellor of Germany he's easy to spot because he's very tall and he's very smart and he's doing a fantastic job for his country. Appreciate it very much. And congratulations, a big election. That was a big one. That was going to change things. Greece, we have Greece. We have Hungary. Oh, Victor, where is Victor? Victor. We love Victor. Victor, I call him. You know, I put the little accent on it. You are fantastic, all right? I know a lot of people don't agree with me, but I'm the only one that matters. You are fantastic. He's a great leader. I endorsed him the last election he had, and he won by 28 points. So you're going to do even better this time. You have another election, and you're going to do great, and we appreciate it. And we're behind you 100%. That's Hungary. India is a great country with a very good friend of mine at the top, and he's just done a fantastic job. And I think that Pakistan and India are going to live very nicely together, right? That's not a very, they are. And they're two great, I'd say, leaders, great leaders as far as I'm concerned. Indonesia, we covered, and I just want to say that that's a big country, a powerful country. It does unbelievably well, and it's great to have you. Iraq, we have Iraq with lots of oil. They have so much oil, they don't know what to do with it. That's a big problem when you have so much, you have no idea what to do with it. So thank you very much thank you very much. Italy, we have a young woman who's, I'm not allowed to say it because usually it's the end of your political career if you say it. She's a beautiful young woman. Now, if you use the word beautiful in the United States about a woman, that's the end of your political career, but I'll take my chances. Where is she? There she is. You don't mind being called beautiful, right? Because you are. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it. She wanted to be here, and she's incredible, and they really respect her in Italy. She's a very successful politician. We have Norway. Oh, Norway. Norway. What happened, Norway? What happened? Where's Norway? Where is he? We have Johnny. We're going to the World Cup. I can tell you that. Where's Norway? I don't think he wants to stand. Oh, he's back there. There we have Norway. Oman. Again, we have Paraguay. We have really fantastic representative from Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much. I'll tell you what, and this time we'll get you the best seat. He always gets the best seat. He deserves the best seat. But what a great place it is. Spain. Where's Spain? Are you guys working on him with respect to the GDP? We'll get close. We'll get close. But fantastic job you're doing. And UAE, which is great. United Kingdom. Where's United Kingdom? Where's our friend? Where? Come here. Is everything going good? Very good. That's very nice that you're here. These people all came in like 20-minute notice, and I think it's fantastic. And we have so many others, and just so many others. And it's such a compliment to what we're doing, because what we've done is something very unique and very special. So it's perhaps the wealthiest and most powerful group of nations ever assembled at one time, which is a big thing. We have achieved together in recent days a change that really is historic, and it's going to be remembered forever. And I want to thank the American team for their amazing work, and I want to thank, I think he'll go down as the greatest Secretary of State in the history of our country. I really believe that, Marco, or I wouldn't say it. Marco Rubio, I wouldn't say it. Maybe I would. You're doing a great job. I'll tell you, he's on course to do it. We've done a lot of work in 9 months. We've done a lot of work. I say that, 1 year ago, a little more, but 1 year ago, America, the United States of America was was a dead country. The king told me, and I use that, he said, sir, 1 year ago it was a dead country. Today you have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and it is. It's the hottest country. So many investors are here. We have over $17 trillion being invested in the United States, which is a record that nobody has ever beaten. I don't think anybody will. And we still have 4 months to go before it's a year. So in 8 months, we have over 17 trillion. We're actually very close to $18 trillion. There's never been, as an example, the previous administration had less than $1 trillion over 4 years. We have, we're close to breaking $18 trillion in 8 months. That's pretty amazing. No country's ever done that. I want to also thank Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and my son-in-law and a great guy, Jared Kushner. And I even have my daughter here, Ivanka. Ivanka, please stand up. Ivanka's here. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Ivanka. We have a great team, and we have, as you know, General Raisin Kane. We have John Radcliffe. We have Tom Barrack. We have really a lot of good talent. We have Pete Hegseth, who's now Department of War as opposed to Department of Defense. We made a little change. Somehow I like the name better, so do you, so do a lot of people. But the momentous breakthrough that we're here to celebrate tonight is more than the end of the war in Gaza. It's with God's help, it'll be the new beginning for an entire beautiful Middle East. From this moment forward, we can build a region that's strong and stable and prosperous and united in rejecting the path of terror once and for all. We want to get rid of the terror and get on to other things. There are many other things in life that are so good. The final sprint to this deal began less than 3 weeks ago on the sidelines of the United Nations in New York. I met with many of the people in this room, and it all just started coming together. I've known so many of you for so long. You're friends of mine. You're great people. I have a couple I don't like in particular, but I won't tell you who. I have actually a few of them I don't like at all. But you'll never find out who they are. Well, maybe you will, come to think of it. But I have most of you who I like a lot, and I respect a lot. Maybe that's more important. We listened, and we exchanged ideas, and we kept pushing forward until the job was done, and the first steps to peace are always the hardest. And today we've taken them, and we've put them all together, and we've come up with this beautiful mix like nobody thought was possible. And as you know, I've just come from Israel. It was an amazing day to watch the hostages come in and to watch all of the other things and do all of the other things that we did. And like all of us here this evening, the Israeli people are overjoyed that the war has ended. Many of you have had dancing in the streets. They had dancing in the streets. And they've been dancing for weeks now once they heard about this and they heard that it was even a possibility. They're elated at the arrival of the hostages and excited to begin this new chapter for the entire region, and it's going to be that, and they are going to be great partners, and I hope everybody's going to join the Abraham Accord. I like to say the Avraham. I love Avraham, but somehow it doesn't sound as good when I say it as it does when some of my other friends say it who are from the region. But we're going to get a lot of people joining the Abraham Accords. We have the 4 great nations that did it early on, and they stayed with it. And then you had the Biden administration, which is the worst administration in the history of our country, and obviously they did nothing on that and anything else. And so it stayed at 4, and now a lot of people, even today, they're talking about all joining up. So many people have talked to me about that, and it's going to be a great tribute to really the United States. I mean, the United States has worked very hard in the Middle East, so it would be a tribute to us and to Jared and to Steve and to all of the people, Marco, all of the people that have worked so hard on that. And it really is going to it's going to guarantee that it all stays together. You're going to do well, because the 4 nations do very well. I mean, they do extremely, they're wealthy, but they're a lot wealthier because of it. So I hope everybody's now joining up. Now we have no excuses. We don't have a Gaza, and we don't have an Iran as an excuse. That was a good excuse, but we don't have that anymore. All the momentum now is toward a great, glorious, and lasting peace, and our commitment to fulfilling the 20-point plan we developed together will be the crucial foundation for achieving that bright future, and it's being worked on right now as we speak, and we're actually in stage 3 and 4. It's not going to be, just divided down so simply. We can be long advanced on some of the things that we say we're going to do. We can take them out of order in a positive way, and we've shown how it can be done with responsible nations like the people in this room, these incredible people in this room, setting aside their differences, seeking common ground, and pursuing a better world for all of us. And that spirit's my dream, that we all get together and enjoy our life. And we're going to put some of you on the board of peace. Everybody wants to be on the board of peace. They said, would you be the chairman? I say, I'm pretty busy too. But whatever we can do to have peace in the Middle East, it's worth it. But everybody wants to go on the board of peace, so we're probably going to enlarge it. We're going to get, and the leaders, the top people, the top leaders, they want to be on the board of peace. A beautiful term. At first I wasn't sure, and then I realized how beautiful it is. And for the people of Gaza, the focus now must be on restoring the basics of a good life. We're going to have a lot of money coming into Gaza and a lot of rebuilding and building. It's not so much rebuilding, it's really building, cleaning up and building. And I'm pleased to announce that numerous countries of great wealth and power and dignity have come forward to me, and just today and over the last week, to say they want to help in the reconstruction of Gaza, putting up whatever money is necessary. And the money is, of course, it's a lot of money, but it's not much compared to the value or the wealth of these tremendous countries, and they are ensuring stability and success in the Middle East. So when you think about it, it's a very, very small amount of money is necessary, relatively speaking. And as those commitments are made, I'm going to let the world know who is doing it, because they really deserve great credit for doing it, and they're going to do something that's really monumental. This is a monumental day. This is a monumental moment in the history of the world beyond the Middle East. We've all agreed that supporting Gaza must be done to lift up the people themselves, but we don't want to fund anything having to do with the bloodshed, hatred, or terror, as has happened in the past. And for the same reason, we're also agreed that Gaza's reconstruction requires that it be demilitarized, and that a new, honest civilian police force must be allowed to create a safe condition for the people in Gaza. As I said earlier, I intend to be a partner in securing a better future. We're going to be working, you're going to be working with the United States, and we're going to make sure that the Middle East is going to be a safe and secure place. It's a very important place in the world, means so much. There were so many people who said the Middle East, and this has been going for many, many decades. I've read it many times, that World War III will begin in the Middle East. It's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. There was a time that you would have thought it could have, but it's not going to happen. There won't be World War III, hopefully, at all. but it's not going to start in the Middle East. We're not going to have a World War III if we're smart. There'll never be a World War III. Our work begins right here and right now. From ancient times, this region has been extraordinarily mixed with respect to people, culture, religions, all of the different elements of national characters, unlike maybe anywhere else on earth. And for 3,000 years, there's been conflict. For whatever reason, there's been tremendous conflict, always conflict. But today, for the first time anyone can remember, we have a once-in-a-lifetime chance to put the old feuds and bitter hatreds behind us. And that's why so many people in this room, they didn't get along. Some did, some didn't, but they're getting along now. This has brought the people together. This is the first time the Middle East crisis has brought people together as opposed to driving them apart. And to declare that our future will not be ruled by the fights of the generations past, which is foolish. So together, let us continue in the spirit of cooperation and goodwill that has finally brought us to this incredible, historic breakthrough. If we do together, we will reach the Middle East's incredible destiny, a safe and prosperous and beautiful crossroads of culture and commerce, faith in humanity and geographic center. This will be the geographic center of the world. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank you all for what you've done and for this quick notice. It all came together just at one little period. It just came together. It's, the greatest deals happen that way. If you do anything about deals, that's all I've done all my life is deals. The greatest deals just sort of happen. And that's what happened right here. And maybe this is going to be the greatest deal of them all, not just nation building, not just having to do with this or the political whims. This will be maybe the greatest deal of them all, period. And I want to thank all of you and all of these great nations and this region for what it's gone through and all of the fights it's had, or life over death and hope over strife and harmony over hatred. That's what we want. We want it to be that way because together we're going to forge a magnificent, great, and enduring peace. I want to just end by saying God bless you all. God bless the Middle East. God bless your countries. And God bless you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. So if we could ask the media to leave, and we're going to have a little conversation with all of these great leaders, which will take 5 minutes, and we'll just talk for a couple of minutes. But if we could ask the media to leave, would be great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. So you going back?
No, I'll go back. I'm glad you upgraded me to president.
Oh, did I say?
It's good. I started.
He said he said
Great stuff. That was great. Yes, very good.
Goodbye. Prime Minister. I will be much more on 8th of November. Goodbye. God bless.
So thank you, everybody. So to the leaders, I just want to thank you very much for being here. We'll be meeting again. We're going to be drawing some names. If you want to get involved on the Board of Peace, you'll let us know. And I just want to thank everybody. This is really a special occasion. Thank you all very much. We'll see you soon. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service.
From the dawn of civilization, Egypt has been a storyteller to the world. Its monuments, its art, and its timeless wisdom continue to shape human identity. Every stone, every inscription, every legacy teaches us a lesson.
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service.